what I'm aware of is that in that little time that I've come to see what happens, is that all of you are, even though I may not agree with what you always do or say, that all of you are very conscientious. And it's more than work for you. It's your life. And I just respect you very much for that and think you deserve respect. I just wanted to share about God. Our country is based on God. Our Constitution is. Our presidents were. From the time of, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan, they all spoke of God. And we, as an underpinning for us, and our Constitution, when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we say we're under God. I just think, when Congress meets for our nation, they have prayer before their meetings. And they are the gatekeepers of our whole country. That's really important. And I think you, as gatekeepers of Santa Barbara, have just an important role for us here, that is something that you should consider, yourselves, about putting God in prayer before that. I'm not talking about religion, and I'm not talking about, churches. I'm just talking about God. When you look at coins, every coin, they have a different amount on them, but every coin says, "In God we trust." When you look at the bills that we have of our money, all of those bills may have different presidents on them, but all of them say one thing: "In God we trust." So I would just ask that you would consider trusting in God and saying a prayer for God before your meetings here. It stopped in 1991. I'm almost done. It stopped in 1991 because of lack of having people come and say the invocation or say a prayer. But even then, there were city council members who spoke up and said prayers before the meeting. So I would just pray and ask humbly that you would think about that and that you would consider that for your meetings. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. David Daniel Diaz will be followed by David Wass. Oops.
Good afternoon, Santa Barbara.
Good afternoon.
For documentation purposes only, I hope to be quick. This is a little consumer alert. Some friends came in from Europe. They wanted to rent a car. So I went to pick up a car, and I asked at the counter of Enterprise at the airport in Goleta. I said, "Hey, my insurance covers 2 of the 3 options. Which is the third that I need to get?" They said, "Take the whole packet." So I denied it, came back. My friends and relatives said, get the whole packet and work it out later. Sure enough, I worked it out later, and I was ripped off for $118, and the gentleman with the cute little blonde-haired employee standing next to him, even though I explained it twice, and he said, "Take the whole packet," now they're saying, "Hey, guess what? We never said that." So if you're going to rent a car or have relatives come in, please be careful with Enterprise. They are taking advantage of us locals and our friends and relatives. Thank you. And secondly, I've been thinking about a lot that kid that was stabbed on State. A month before, same amount of kids, same group of kids were in front of Borders. And I made a suggestion to get buses at both ends of the block, have the stores close their doors, scrape them up, take them to juvenile hall, have the parents come pick them up. The parents who didn't, throw them in jail for child neglect, let them pay for themselves and their children for the night they spend in jail. We have apparently enough of money in different coffers in our city, just the interest alone, to pay for something like that. And maybe we should become more creative in the future, because if this problem would have been dealt with appropriately a month before, that kid would still be alive. And I'll bet you all those cute little girls that came out that helped these guys ruffle their feathers to create this energy thing, their parents would have never allowed them to hang out in town, and we wouldn't be spending money creating new programs. But anyhow, just a thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Wass. And then the last speaker will be Brett Allen Hughes.
First of all, thank you for listening to us and all our varied questions and wonderments. Marty Bloom, I want to thank you for leading the charge in bringing the Get Out of Iraq motion to fruit. And I hope that all of you here can do the same thing for the impeach Bush and Cheney resolution, which we're asking you to consider. You know, I've heard it all. I'm at the farmers market every Saturday morning getting signatures on a petition to impeach Bush and Cheney. And I hear the same things all the time. They say it's too late. Bush will be out in November. It's a dead issue. But you know, it's not a dead issue for Bush, because he's got another 10 months to do things like try again to conquer Afghanistan, try to tie up Iraqi oil, perhaps even invade Iran. Just think of that. Win another crooked election, lay waste to civil rights at any time that he can, and all of this to build an American empire, okay? Now, the only way that these kind of things, that impeachment has been brought about, usually, is that it's introduced into Congress, and Congress sends it to the Judiciary Committee. But right now, our Judiciary Committee is not doing anything. They're not making a move. So we're back to basics. We're back to grassroots. We're back to coming to city councils to ask them to do it. And just recently, a great and a marvelous city called Brattleboro, Vermont, and set up a kind of a paradigm for a community addressing this issue, which involves all the people in forums, followed by the introduction of an impeachment petition resolution to the city council. So I'm suggesting that in the good old American tradition of a community forum followed by a city council addressing of the problem, that we follow the Brattleboro, Vermont plan right here in Santa Barbara and give everybody a chance to look at this issue and prevent repetition of all these things that have already happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brett Allen Hughes will be next.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, what would you guys do if you had a known and unprosecuted war criminal show up in Santa Barbara? What would you do? Would you issue an arrest warrant? What would you do? Well, we have a known and unprosecuted war criminal in the United States. We have several of them. We have George Bush, Dick Cheney, who have authorized a war of aggression against Iraq. That is a war that is not in self-defense. That is a war of aggression. It is against the Geneva Conventions. It's against the supreme law of the land. That is a war crime. I want you to issue an arrest warrant for George Bush and Dick Cheney, and I'm totally serious. These are serious matters. This is not a joke. These are facts that I'm talking about here. You are the mayor of Santa Barbara. You are the city council members of Santa Barbara. I want you guys to issue an arrest warrant. Some questions. Okay. Why, if we live in a representative republic and the vast majority of Americans want an end to the Iraq war, does it continue? Why, if the overwhelming majority of the Iraqi people want the United States out of Iraq, why are we still there? Why, if the Bush administration is flagrantly violating the Constitution, such as Article 1 outlining legislation changing signing statements, Article 2 and Article 6, ensuring the rule of law. This is a big deal. And the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendments requiring due process for searches, imprisonment, trial, and the 8th Amendment forbidding cruel and unusual punishments such as waterboarding. Is impeachment off the table? City Council members, Madam Mayor, please act.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more speaker slips. Consent calendar, Susan, you have some to read by title only.
Item 3, records destruction for Administrative Services Department, recommending that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Administrative Services Department in the City Clerk's Office, Human Resources Division, and Information Systems Division. Item 4, proposed fee resolution for Santa Barbara Municipal Code Chapter 5.20 dance permits, recommending that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing fees for dance permit applications, permit renewals, and appeals. And item 5, adoption of ordinance for contract for construction of Mission Street at Route 101 Class 2 bike lane and sidewalk improvements, recommending that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving an agreement between the City of Santa Barbara and the State of California Department of Transportation obligating the city to maintain, repair, and replace as necessary the special coating applied on traffic signals and lighting poles and appurtenances installed within the State Highway Route 101 right-of-way in the city.
Okay, that's reading by title only. Without objection, we'll waive further reading. Does anybody have anything they want to take off the consent calendar?
Yes,
Mr.
Madam Mayor.
House?
Number 7, please.
Number 7, okay. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead and read the title of number 7.
Contract for construction of Aliso Street access ramps project.
Okay, Mr. House.
Yes, Madam Mayor. As I was reading the staff report here, this is a contract for construction of Aliso Street access ramps project. And I noticed in the section that talked about funding that this project is funded by a community development block grant and Measure D funds. And I wanted to take this off of the consent calendar just to draw attention to the value of these kinds of funds for a project like this. It's I see Public Works Director Paul Casey is here, and here's a project that that's providing 4 ramps at De La Guerra Street, 2 at Ortega, and 2 at Alphonse Street. And that's a really important kind of project. But we're using funds from these sources, and I just wondered if you'd take a moment and just comment on the value of the Community Development Block Grant source of funding, which, as most of you know, continues to come up for debate and reduction at the federal level, and the Measure D funds, which in one form or another will probably be on the ballot this November.
Okay, Mr. Casey.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, the Community Development Block Grant money serves a great purpose. We have a Community Development Block Grant and Human Services Committee that makes up and grants that money, and the vast majority of the block grant money goes to social service programs and such. But by law, it also goes, a certain portion of it goes towards capital projects. And what we've done over the last few years with the Neighborhood Improvement Task Force is go as a city and identify high priority projects in neighborhoods that maybe haven't seen as many capital improvements over the years and have kind of needs for neighborhood improvement, and targeted those capital programs for projects in that area. I believe the Montecito street lighting was something that benefited from that. This is another one in that regard as well. And then with regards to Measure D is a real important funding source for the city for making street repair and sidewalk and curb cut projects just like this. We have about $15 million of annual funding for our street repair program. So that's the slurry seal we're doing, the pothole repairs, the sidewalk repairs, and the Measure D component is about $5 million of that. So it's about a third of the money we have on an annual basis for street repair projects. So it's a really important source as well.
Well, thank you very much. That's all, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to draw attention, especially to those who might be watching this, to identify how important both of these sources of funding are to our community.
Oh, good
Thank
point.
you.
Good point. Mr. Williams.
I just had one other thing that strikes me. When I look at bid amounts, and I look at bid amounts that seem very different than each other, makes me start raising questions. All the bids are roughly the same except for the one that you chose, which was the lower bid, which is half of all the other bids. Do you have any concern that that's a possible culprit for not being able to perform?
You know,
Casey.
Mayor Bloom and Councilmember Williams, not so much, especially in this bidding environment, where we're seeing kind of a change in the bidding environment, where some firms are hungry for work. And so we're starting to see on certain projects bids come down, and we think that that might be a case here where you've got one firm that's pretty hungry and wants to work. It's pretty straightforward work. It's not complicated work to do these curb cuts just at the corners. And so we think they're capable and competent.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything else? Okay.
Move consent calendar.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. On to item number, report from the Ordinance Committee. Mr. Williams.
Well, the Ordinance Committee met today for an hour and a half to attempt to conclude the recommendations on the medicinal marijuana ordinance to council. We were not quite successful in doing that. It's still, I think, we made progress on several of the details, but the large issue of whether to go for spatial regulation, as is staff recommending, or dispense with that, as Planning Commission recommended, still remains to be, I think, the essential quandary. And we're going to talk about it one more time and then send it to council, because we know that we need to do this by April, because that's when the moratorium expires.
Yeah. Okay. Finance Committee, Mr. Horton.
So, Madam Mayor, the Finance Committee met at 1 o'clock today to discuss the city investment report. We are recommending that report on to the full council.
Okay. Okay, good. Item 17.
Appeal of the Planning Commission denial of initiation request for 1400 Rogers Court.
Okay. We have an appeal, which means that we will hear from the staff first, and then from the appellant, and then from the applicant, and then from the council. So I think it's Ms. Hubble.
Thank you, Mayor Blum, and members of council. The staff presentation will be given by Maricela Salinas.
Okay. Salinas? Thanks. Okay.
Mayor and council members.
Oops. We could hear you, but nobody else. There you go.
Yeah, okay. Mayor and council members, the item before you today is an appeal of a Planning Commission denial of an initiation of a zoning and general plan amendment at 1400 Rogers Court. The project site is 44,600 square feet in size with a 16% slope and is accessed from Santa Fe Place. It should be noted that at this time the council is not being asked to take action on the specific development nor make any recommendation regarding the environmental review. As shown above, the original proposal that was reviewed by the Planning Commission involved a 12-unit, one-lot subdivision with 8 market rate and 4 affordable units. Following the Commission's denial of the initiations and filing of the appeal, the appellant revised their proposal. If the initiation requests go forward, the proposed project as shown above would involve 9 units, including 5 market rate and 4 affordable. This would require a tentative subdivision map, modifications, and a public street frontage waiver. Final approval of the rezone and the general plan amendment would be subject to City Council approval. Before discussing the proposed initiations and appeal, I'd like to give some background on this area. This site is part of the original Rogers Tract subdivision that was created by a series of deed conveyances beginning in 1929. In 1979, it was deemed illegal, and the property owners of all the undeveloped lots received notices of violation, with the exception of 2 properties which were issued permits prior to the issuance of the notices. One of those permits was issued to SHIFCO, now the Santa Barbara Housing Authority, to construct senior housing. The second was for the subject property to build a single-family residence. 2 other lots off of Harbor Hills Drive were involved in a lot line adjustment in 2005. One of those lots has an existing home. In 2004, the Planning Commission approved a project which addressed a majority of the remaining notices of violation on the undeveloped lots. The approval included 6 market rate homes at the top of La Vista de Luciano Drive and 14 units on the lower portion accessed from Santa Fe Lane. The property on which the lower units was developed was rezoned from E1 to R2. As part of the approval, the Planning Commission required that 7 of the 14 units be sold at middle-income affordable rates. However, the proposal did not require a general plan amendment. As shown on the overhead above, the remaining undeveloped lots are currently owned by 7 separate owners. In terms of the general plan, in relation to the subject site, the properties to the north have a designation of 3 units per acre. The properties to the south have a designation of 5 units per acre. As shown above, the subject site has a split designation. Between half and 1/3 of the property is 3 units per acre, with the remaining being 5 units per acre. Based on the current designations, approximately 3 to 4 market rate units would be allowed. The applicant is proposing to amend the general plan designation to 5 units per acre in order to propose 5 market rate units on the property. In terms of the zoning, as you can see on the slide above, this neighborhood is primarily E1 and E3, single-family residential. The properties to the north are zoned E1. The Shipco Housing Authority development to the south is zoned E1 and E3 SH, single-family residential senior housing. As stated before, the property to the southwest was recently rezoned from E1 to R2. Lastly, the properties further south are primarily zoned E3. On July 12, 2007, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed initiations. 11 members of the public spoke, primarily in opposition to the project. They expressed concerns about overdevelopment of the area. Numerous issues were mentioned, including concerns related to traffic and safety, given the approved increased density in the area that is currently under construction. Additionally, 29 letters and 1 petition were received opposing the project. During the hearing, the Commission stated that it was premature to initiate a general plan amendment and zoning change of this magnitude, especially involving increased density, when the city is in the process of updating the general plan. Other comments expressed were the lack of sufficient affordable housing proposed in light of the requests, and uncertainty of the potential development in the remaining vacant Rogers Tract lots, and too much proposed density given the property's location and slopes. Some commissioners, however, did express support for a possible 2-lot subdivision. Following the discussion, the Commission denied the request on a 4-0 vote. On July 20, 2007, an appeal of the Planning Commission action was filed. The appeal states that the Commission did not adequately consider the public benefits of the initiation request of providing affordable housing beyond the current requirements. Additionally, the appellants believe that they were encouraged in the past by the Council to pursue other opportunities for additional affordable housing. Following the filing of the appeal, the appellant submitted a revised proposal to the Council for consideration on November 26, 2007. On the overhead above, we've included a breakdown of the allowable densities for the existing and proposed zoning and general plan designations. The proposal must be in compliance with both. Based on the the lot size and slope, under the existing E1 zone, 1 market rate unit could be built. It is 400 square feet short of being able to be split into 2 lots. But depending on the slopes, a lot split might be possible without the need for a lot area modification. Any new single-family residences would be subject to the new FAR restrictions recently adopted by the City Council. The slide above shows the maximum FAR restrictions for both a 44,600 square foot and a 22,300 square foot lot. As shown above, under the revised request for zoning and general plan amendments, the site could be developed with a maximum of 5 market rate units. This is a reduction of 3 units from the original requests made to the Planning Commission. For the purposes of allowable density, the numbers only refer to market rate units. The general plan and zoning ordinance make allowances for bonus density to ensure affordable housing opportunities in the community. Therefore, affordable housing can be proposed in excess of the allowable zoning and general plan densities. The appellant contends that not enough consideration was given to the request. In the Planning Commission's deliberation, commissioners expressed concerns about the timing of the request, the amount of affordability being proposed, and the location of the proposed development. While affordable housing is a critical need in our community, not every site and neighborhood is appropriate for increased development. This neighborhood has recently absorbed additional density with the approval of the adjacent project and has a balanced mix of varying densities. Additional development on this site may not be in the neighborhood's best interest. Unlike other affordable projects that have been approved in the city, the original and revised projects both require a zone change and a general plan amendment. The city is undergoing a general plan update to evaluate its goals, and the Commission did not believe it was appropriate to initiate a study of these changes for increased density while a concurrent process is underway. Although the Planning Commission approved rezoning the adjacent property to the R2 zone, the development remained consistent with its existing general plan designation. Initially, staff put forth the policy issue in question, asking whether all bonus units created by the upzone should be affordable. As approved, the adjacent property was required to have a ratio of 50% affordability for the rezoned area. Unlike this existing conforming site, the approval was also involved the resolution of a long-standing illegal subdivision. Although the Planning Commission did not review the most recent revised project, they felt that it was premature to initiate these amendments when the city is in the process of updating the general plan. While the percentage of affordability now proposed is 50% of the upzone units, concerns remain about the amount of affordability proposed. The proposal is still a significantly higher density than what is currently allowed on the site. Therefore, concerns expressed by the commissioners about the amount of development exceeding 2 units still apply. It should be noted that staff did state in the Planning Commission staff report that the Commission could initiate a general plan amendment to designate the entire area 5 units per acre. However, the Commission did not pursue that alternative. Staff supports the Planning Commission's denial of the proposed initiation, including the denial of the revised proposal, as the limited community benefit proposed does not justify the request for initiation. Additionally, staff is concerned about considering a significant general plan amendment for increased density at a time when the city is undertaking a major effort to update the general plan, Plan Santa Barbara. From a citywide perspective, Plan Santa Barbara is exploring how much residential development is needed in our community and identifying on a broader level where residential development is appropriate, including higher densities for affordable housing. It is premature to look at additional density here, particularly given the slope of the site and the already increased mixed density in the neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends that the Council deny the appeal, thereby upholding the decision of the Planning Commission, making the findings contained in Attachment 5 of the Council Agenda Report. In terms of public comment, we would note that there were numerous letters on file which were received both in support and in opposition of the project. We would also like to note that the appeal hearing was originally scheduled for December 11, 2007, at which time notices were sent to all interested parties and surrounding neighbors. At the noticed council hearing in December, the appeal was continued to today's date. Therefore, no new notices were sent out to the public per our existing city requirements. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay. The whole
Can you say
thing?
that? No.
Just the last
the
sentence.
noticing piece of it.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, the whole thing?
Just the noticing. What happened with the?
This meeting was originally scheduled in December. At that time, we sent notices to all public members, as we normally do. At that hearing, we actually continued this appeal hearing to today's date. So no additional notices were sent to the public.
We continued the date as a consent item on the calendar.
That's correct.
Is that
I believe
what
so.
you mean by at that hearing?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I would note that Mr. Jostis is here representing the Planning
Yes.
Commission.
Okay. Mr. Justice, do you have something? We'll make sure that, yeah, that's on, microphone's on for you. From the Planning Commission. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Mayor, I should say, and members of council. I just snuck in at the right time here.
You did it.
I think staff did a good job of kind of summarizing some of the concerns that the commission had on this project. Excuse me. 3 things that were, obviously we had slopes and we had neighborhood compatibility as site-specific issues that were of concern to the commission. On a more macro scale, and I think part of the underlying thinking behind some of the commissioners' preferences to either defer this to come after the Plan Santa Barbara general plan update piece had to do with the broader issues of where should density go. And this is a site that has slopes in, I think it's a 16-17% range. I, for one, felt that the site was too steep to accept an increase in density, at least at the levels that we were talking about when we reviewed this project, and I would still hold true to that today. That's not to say that the project is not well-intentioned. Obviously, affordable housing is a key issue that faces this city, and the city needs to address that issue. And it has been doing so in a very comprehensive way. We felt that, given the neighborhood input to the commission, that this was not the right place for it. That if we have a limited number of housing units that the city can support in terms of its living within our resources, we have to be very, very deliberative about where we put those units, particularly if they're density bonus units. And we didn't feel that we either had enough information to with certainty say this is the right site, or some of us, including myself, felt that it was just too steep, that given the adjacent development that had taken place and with all of the issues that surround the Rogers tract, that we wanted to hold firm on the E3 zone and the density that would permit. Be happy to answer any questions if council members or the mayor has.
Yeah. Any questions, Ms. Falcone?
Mr. Joseph, thank you for coming, and I know we'll be hearing from you again later on a different subject. Well, actually, it's the same subject. Just for clarity's sake, the project, and our staff can answer this as well, but the project that you saw was a slightly different project than the project that we're going to talk about today. You made your evaluations on that slightly more dense project than the one we're going to be looking at today, and it's my understanding the Planning Commission did not deliberate on this particular project or this iteration of the project at all. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. It may be unfair, and you don't have to answer this, but the determinations that you came to with respect to density, where should it go, the general plan conversation, and having all of that, would this lesser project have made a difference in those considerations?
I will hazard an unscientific guess.
It's quite unfair question, I realize, but
I always know
if you're game, you're game.
Well, I am game.
Okay.
And I would say that there may be other commissioners who would be more receptive to a project of lesser density.
And you're speaking just for yourself today, yes? And you're speaking just for yourself.
And I'm speaking just for myself. I, for one, would still have the concerns about an increase in density on this site because of the slopes, because of the neighborhood concerns, and because of the development which has preceded it.
Okay. I thank you for that.
Okay. And we were not all of exactly the same mind on the commission. As usual, there's a whole blend of perspectives that come out as we discuss a project. But end of the day, there was the feelings that were reflected in our meeting minutes. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Yes, Ms. Schneider.
It's a process question either for staff or the city attorney. This is an appeal that normally requires 4 votes one way or another, but it's dealing with a zone change that requires 5 votes. So what are we looking for here?
Mr. Wyman.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Snyder, as we typically do, say, with a zoning ordinance, it can be started, in this case initiated with 4 votes, but ultimately will require 5 votes to adopt the ordinances that are going to be required to rezone this property and the resolution that's required to amend the general plan. So as a practical matter, an applicant that doesn't see 5 firm votes is probably not going to succeed.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Mr. House.
Yeah, Mr. Joseph, I just had another question for you, just to be sure I understand what happened at Planning Commission. I just want to be sure that I'm accurate in my thinking that, also as I read the minutes and heard from some others, that the concern about this general plan amendment initiation at the Planning Commission level for this particular project could be articulated this way. They felt that, or you all felt at some level, that a decision like this really needed to come to the City Council before you would maybe even consider anything else further about that property. That it would be initiating a general plan amendment would be something better handled at the City Council level.
I think that's a fair characterization. There are some projects which we do feel very clear about in terms of using that discretion to start an amendment or a zone change. This one we did not.
Understood. Got it. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Mr. Williams, you have something?
Sure. I read the staff report for the Planning Commission hearing. This is not a question for you, Mr. Joss. It's a question for staff. and my recollection of the staff reports said that the densities involved in this project would only be appropriate when a higher affordability threshold had been reached, such as 50%. And I guess that was for a 12-unit project. This is for the 9-unit project. If that's not staff's opinion now, then why was that in the staff report then?
Yeah, Mayor Blum and Councilmember Williams, what staff's position basically is when there is an increase in a change in zone or a change in general plan, and this proposal involves both, that our basic position is that all of the increase above what is currently allowed should be considered to be affordable. But where the Planning Commission and the City Council have landed on other projects have been the 50% line. And the most notable ones are the one next door, where they ended up with 14 units, of which 7 are affordable. 2109 Cliff Drive, where they ended up with 5 units, of which 3 are affordable. And 210 Miggs, which never has actually gotten to you because they are actually reformulating that one working with the school district and the neighbors. But it was approved by Planning Commission contingent upon a local coastal plan and zoning amendment to be 10 units with half of those affordable.
So if the applicant proposed 2 market rate units and 4 affordables, then you would have a staff recommendation of a yes.
We would, the thing is if he did something that only involved 6 units, we might be just looking at a zone change, not a general plan amendment. And part of our concern here was that we had both. The circumstances for Miggs Road, which also have that, were unique in that it was zoned public or it was general plan designated public and institutional, but it was privately held property that was zoned for the number of units that they wanted to do. So that one was a particularly sticky one. But if we were just dealing with a zoning amendment, we would be probably a little bit more interested in looking at something on that line. But because of that, especially the proposal at the time of going to residential 12 units per acre, we were very concerned about the general plan amendment, and we're still somewhat concerned about changing it from a combination of 3 and 5 to a total of 5, because that again is an increase in density under the general plan.
That sounded to me like a yes, but can you just say a yes or a no? I mean,
you're asking the planner to give you a straight answer.
The criteria.
A straight yes or no answer? We're not very good at that.
I just asked you the criteria, and you said that whatever the increase in affordability in number of units should all be affordable. Planning Commission has said that there's 2 market rate units here of 4,720 square foot size that would be buildable here if the applicant went away and came back again. So I just asked you the criteria, and you said that
so yes, any increase.
All the increase over that should be affordable.
Should be affordable.
If it was a 6-unit project and 2 of them were market and 4 were affordables, staff would support that.
We would support that because there would not be any general plan amendment required, and then we could support the zoning that went with it.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. We have the appellant now, which will be followed by the applicant. So the appellant. Do I have it backwards?
They're the same.
They're the same.
Well, I saw everybody looking at me. I forgot they were the same. Well, the appellant and the applicant, all in one person. There you are. Sorry.
Honorable Mayor and council people, I too was confused because I rarely am an appellant.
Appellant and an applicant. That's
well, rarely just an appellant.
No, you don't get an hour.
He doesn't get an hour.
You get a half hour.
Well, and I don't intend to take much time. And first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Salinas for her staff presentation. It was excellent. And just an overriding comment, as a practitioner of project development and projects before the city, the various boards, commissions, the council you have and with your staff. I'm not inclined to do appeals. I'm not inclined to process projects that are in disagreement with the staff or with your boards and commissions. You have excellent people in these positions. They perform excellent duties in the process. You get a lot of feedback. You get a lot of areas of support where you can find them. And it can be a lot worse in a lot of other places. So you should be rather proud of what your staff does and what your boards and commissions do. But I think you sensed here today somewhat of some contrary issues and issues that weren't altogether clear or definitive. And I also sense that too in our process. And so I thought, and in consultation with the owner applicant parties, that it was worthy to bring this before you today. Our intention is not to put you on the hot seat, not to have you override decisions of your excellent staff and commissions. We felt that there was enough merit in the project and enough discernment issues out there that it warranted your input and your decision. Obviously, your decision today is a decision that we will accept, whatever it may be, and I thank you for your time today in presenting this to you. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I hope to be very quick with it. Sure. Oh, that way. No. There we go. And I'm going to do it with my left hand here, and I hope I don't jostle. You saw the location, the neighborhood mapping of it. I appreciate, and the public should know, that all the council members came to the site yesterday to see this. Not a big property. In our minds, not the most significant undertaking the council takes, and yet you were all out there to see it. So I won't belabor the photo here. But I think it is worth pointing out that from a resource issue and looking at perhaps some of the more empirical findings that would be down the road in any approval by your planning commission, that there are other policy issues in play here, other design standard issues in play, and one of those are visual impacts. And the site, as you well know, sits right in this little area in here. It does have some slope, as Mr. Justice was pointing out, 16% slope generally. As you are aware, you have generally the Alta Mesa with these rather steep upslopes. And the lay of this land kind of pockets around the development. You can see the top of the roof of the existing house, pockets around, and the actual foothill or toe of the hill is behind the development. So from a visual standpoint, you really don't see this property from most anywhere except immediately adjacent to it or upon it. Here was the prior project. I won't belabor it. It was 8 units, so we were only proposing a third affordability on this. And I just wanted to have that for you in case the staff didn't. Which
12 units. 12, you mean?
Excuse me, 8 market units and the 4 affordable. And I've summarized that down here as to what generally the proposal was. A rezone from E1 to R2 for the 12-unit project, 33% density with the 4 units. Planning Commission comments. Well, you heard those today, but in our summary here, and I'm going to have to put on my glasses, premature to rezone the property, and let's wait for Santa Barbara 2030 to do a good planning, I think is the words that were used there. And that the proposal lacks a sufficient level of affordability. The density is too high to be compatible with the neighborhood. Again, I look to your staff, your boards, and your commissions for guidance as to projects and look to that input as to modify those projects. And I felt that it was important to look at that in this case here. So the planning, the applicant's response to these comments, and again, what you have before you today is a request for initiation of a general plan amendment, which I'll get into some detail about, and a rezone. The initiation is not an approval of anything. And you don't have before you the projects we showed you technically. What we are indicating by showing you things is the level of project that we would be inclined to apply for upon a successful initiation. And certainly it would not be wise to come in with something that was much different from that. So that's a sort of a measurement of what our proposal would be and what is our vision in shaping our initial request to you. Well, the applicant's response is it's not feasible to wait for the completion of 2030. And yesterday when I did this PowerPoint, that was about the best answer I could come up with. However, sleep is a great thing, and I pondered further, and I have some more comments as that if you would just indulge me. But we've increased the affordable housing component to 50% of the additional units, and we reduced density by 25% from 12 to 9 units. And this is the project or the vision of a project that we would have to support, that we would have to put before the ABR Planning Commission and ultimately your council. As to the 2030 question, I think that's a really legitimate question. I think that from a micro planning or a macro planning standpoint, it behooves the commission, it behooves city planners to look at planning from a citywide basis. Repetition of effort helps no one, so to have something that is running parallel or even a little bit before that, when there's a significant effort to go forth, a significant dedication of resources, is certainly a valid and credible response. However, I this morning got up and I asked myself, as to this property, what is 2030 going to tell us that we don't already know about this property? We all know that affordable housing will be at the top of the planning criteria for years to come. We know that already. We don't need 2030 to tell us that, and I think you've heard comments to that point today. We all know that there's a jobs, housing imbalance in our community. We don't need 2030 to tell us that. We know that now. We all know that housing is needed in every neighborhood, even the Mesa. There needs to be a variety of housing, but housing is needed through all our neighborhoods. And we all know that we need to utilize the lands best suited for density. And 2030 will help identify those to a certain extent, but we know those things. We feel that an objective analysis of this property would show that it is underutilized, and that an objective analysis would also tell you that there's no significant impacts, environmental or otherwise, from a project on this particular site. And that we all know that this is an exceptional model for providing affordable housing in the community. I don't know of any other proposals that come to you or your commissions and boards from private initiative that has a 50% or even a 33% affordability component to it. You certainly see these from nonprofits and government subsidy entities, but not from the private industry. And today you will have community input also, and it'll be focused on this particular property. So you will have had that activity occur too. And in 2030, perhaps it would have been less. I won't venture to say that's factual, but perhaps it would. And so I think our consideration here is why wait for 2030 if you see merit in the project. And I don't think that a 2030 process would add much more, if anything, to this process. I will also tell you that the applicant owner of the property is well, he won't like this, but a somewhat elderly gentleman who doesn't have a lot of time, and we all know how these processes can go. I know that you are looking very much to and have a requirement to finish 2030 by 2010. So I'll go back to my presentation here. The concept development here is 5 detached market units. We believe that the proposal that we would be inclined to go into the BAR for concept review is a somewhat modest 2,200 square feet. These are 2-story units, pull-in garage, first floor, and then a second floor over those. The affordable units in here are 1,100 square feet. They've been increased in size over to the units that were done over here. You may recall that these units were all a 3-story type unit because we had the garage dug in quite significantly below, and then you had the 2 living floors above. The design we're looking at here is to do a garage under and then a 1-story flat above, so they're going to be a story lower than what those are next door. There's a lot of separation in the site, a lot of green open space, yard areas on everything, not to be compared with, but not comparable to a downtown condominium where you have a deck perhaps. The applicant's request is a general plan amendment request. The property has a split general plan density of 5 and 3 units, as Ms. Salinas pointed out. We're looking for that now to be just a consistency density, although not unheard of to have split general plan density or split zoning for that matter. Happens from time to time, somewhat remote, and we think that it should be consistent. Perhaps you'll see it being consistent at 3. We're suggesting it should be consistent at 5. As to the rezone application request, the property is currently zoned E1, 1,500,000 square foot minimum parcel size with slope density issues on it. So at this 16%, we'd be at times and a half there, 22,500 square foot lots normally, and we are asking for an R2 duplex zoning to allow for this multifamily type of project. Much talk about density here today. I would point out to you that the R2 density, based at a base of 3,500 square feet, times the time and a half for the slope density, would require that there be 5,250 square feet in the lot for each unit. That allows 8 market rate units on this property. We would be proposing 5. So we're actually less than the zoning density, and we would be at the general plan density if you did give us uniform density as somewhat of a, I think, a cleanup measure on this split density issue. Rezone considerations, and this is the presentation that was before the Planning Commission. What are the surrounding property unit densities? And density, we understand, is the issue to look at here, or a major issue. And then in our mind, is the proposed density compatible with the neighboring density? I think that's the fundamental aspect of all planning. And so we presented a drawing here that shows you at least comparisons here. You have the proposed project site here. It's 9 units of density is the project that we would propose bringing forth. That includes the 5 market units of density, which, as Ms. Salinas pointed out, is really the density by rule you look at. I think you want to compare apples and apples. That's how my mind works. There's 4 affordable units. There's 9 units of density in the project. Over on this one here, there's 7.5 units of density. A lot more slope in this property here. This was all over 30% in the back there, not the 16 that you have in here. The Shifco property, great project, and it has 15 units of density in it. Certainly a project for seniors, of which cars and the demand of automobiles on the property for infrastructure are not as they are on other properties, but yet a significant density. Over here at the Terrace Drive subdivision, an older subdivision, one that would have been done before the scrutiny of planning that we have in this era or even an era beyond that, is at 6 units of density, or 6 units per acre density there. So we feel that the property is somewhat comparable. It's not way out of bounds as far as density goes. Lower than some and higher than others. Is the landform conducive to the proposed density? The project has a consistent slope of about 15%. I'm glad I put the about in there. Mr. Jossis made comments today and before as to his concerns about slope, and he has been consistent in that, and in other projects. I would say to you as a designer and planner that 16% slope or anything under 20% slope is not significantly challenging to design or other considerations in a development. That is a general threshold of where concerns start, is at that 20% number, and this site is under that. I did do grading, concept grading design on the concept plan. The grading quantities aren't huge. The geology is good for the property, and there aren't huge cut slopes. None of the structures need to be built into anything other than the affordable units there just to tuck those garages in. So you don't have a backfilled wall or anything like that. Very few retaining walls in the project at all. And then grading and drainage design is consistent with neighborhood developments and also with the standards that are normal in our industry. So I don't, although I consider the factors of slope, I don't see them as being overly onerous in this case here. What are the demands and impacts from increased density on this particular project? And again, this is for a finding standpoint, in my mind, for a subsequent approval process. But in looking at this, there are no impacts to public services. The project site is currently served. As in regards to street and traffic issues, we have direct access to an arterial with a level of service A. I think we all recognize that perhaps if there's problems with Cliff Drive, it's not a car count issue, it's a car speed issue. and I would be hopeful that the city will do something about that in the future. Implemented best management practices for storm drain, water detention, and water quality. We've implemented that in our other projects. It's a pretty regular thing now through the public works process and would be done here as need be. No visual resource impacts to the broader Mesa area, and just minor visual impacts to immediate neighbors in our mind. And then no impacts to biological resources and no impacts to cultural resources. So from an impacts analysis, we don't believe that the project poses that large a project there and that any would be mitigable. Current inclusionary policies, you're well aware of what you've got and all that. I'm just not even going to bore you with this stuff. Let me just page through it. And even what we're doing. I'm just going to tell you what we're doing. Our composite here is to provide a project that has 50% affordable housing in it. We think that that is a worthy goal. We think that that's a goal that you don't see, again, much from the private development practice. I don't think you see it at all. We're able to do this, and we're able to do it because we run our business a little different way, and we've done it next door also, and we would plan to do it here. I believe that these are projects that are exceptional, and if you should approve such projects, I think you're giving a signal to the development community that if you do propose such levels of affordability, then you will get cooperation because it's a worthy thing to do. And I think this far outstrips those levels of affordability that your own staff has given you an analysis for your inclusionary projects. As you know, in those analysis, their opinion, as I read it, is 15 to 20% affordability. Summary to support the general plan amendments. One thing I wanted to also mention is because I interact and have projects before your commissions and boards, I also know that they have problems about modifications and whatnot, and that modifications are troubling to them, and I think they should be troubling to them. Upon our concept development plan, we've listed it much as a formal tentative map would be. It looks, smells, and tastes like that. And in there we've listed all the application requests. We only request a waiver from a street frontage requirement because we don't, number one, front on a public street. We're actually separated from Santa Fe by an easement. And your Public Works Department has not been in the practice over the last 20 years, in my experience, of these types of projects wanting a dedicated public street just for increased maintenance issues. So there's a waiver for public street improvements, actually, and then there's a modification to front on a public street. Well, again, I don't front on a public street now, and the practice has been that you would not dedicate the road and driveway system here as a public street. There are no other modifications, none for setback, none for height, none for FAR guidelines or any other need within your ordinances or policies. So I just wanted to point that out. Quickly, I got to put on my glasses again. The proposal, we believe, is consistent with your public services and natural resource goals as I've viewed them in Section 1507 of the Charter, something I did look at. Increased density, we believe it is compatible with the neighborhood, and we don't believe that the slope issues is that driving perspective. The project land form is conducive to increased density. As I said, in not only this jurisdiction, but many other jurisdictions, that threshold is 20%. This is really an infill development in my mind. It's surrounded by other development. You need to make those kind of decisions and discernments on your own, but I look at it as very much an infill. This property, as it currently is used, is underutilized. And this provides necessary and needed affordable housing, significantly exceeds inclusionary housing, and provides a variety of housing product. And that is the end of our presentation. We are asking you to support a general plan initiation for just the uniform general plan density of 5 units per acre over the property instead of the mix we have now between 5 and 3. We're asking you to initiate the rezone so that a multifamily project can be constructed on the project site, or a project can be constructed on the property, and that is the extent of our request. Council, Councilperson Schneider raised the issue of the 4 votes versus 5 votes, and certainly her thinking is much like mine. We are looking for there to be direction to us and direction to be to your other boards and commissions if you should choose to initiate, and we would be looking for a substantial vote number to do that. I think we would, as Mr. Wiley observed, probably not inclined to go forward if we didn't see the levels of support necessary to do that. We just wouldn't run counter to your supermajority in that regard. I will also point out to you that the Planning Commission decision, although as majority decision, was of 4 votes. 3 members couldn't vote for various reasons. And again, if there is anything that can weigh on your consideration of this, it may be a small issue, but still it wasn't the largest collection of votes by the Commission. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have, and I, again, appreciate your time this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Madam Mayor.
Falcone, you have a question for Mr. Lowe?
I do. I have 2 questions. The first one, it's more of a clarification than it is a question, and it has to do with when you said that the project, as you're showing us now, the 9 units with the 4 affordables, is at 50% affordable. And I guess the question is actually for staff. The inclusionary ordinance talks about units versus total square footage size. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's marginally at 50%. I won't quibble with a percentage or so, but I think that there's a big distinction here in that 5 of the units are 2,200 square feet and the 4 affordable units are at 1,100 square feet. That's a disparity of 4,500 square feet versus 11,000 square feet. So within that, I have a little trouble getting to that 50%, although I helped to write the ordinance. I know what it says. So that's just a comment. But I have a very fundamental question for you, really. And sort of like Mr. Justice a little while ago, I sort of put him on the spot, and I may be doing that with you as well. But it is, I think, the fundamental question. Because I think we're going to hear a lot of wanting to tinker with your project. And so my question is whether or not on the general plan amendment, the initiation of that and the zoning change for the 9-unit project, would you prefer a straight up or down today, a straight yes or no? Or would you like to hear guidance from the council as to what could make a lesser project not triggering a general plan amendment, maybe just a zoning change, but then you're in for a lot of, well, I think if you split this and you do that and maybe this number of units and that number of units. Is that a productive conversation, or are you just looking for a straight up and down today? And I know that's a difficult question.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Councilperson Falcone, when you put Mr. Justice on the spot, I joked with him, wait until he hears me up here.
Well, I'm an equal contributor to the hard questions. So.
Well, first in regards to your comment, certainly my comments on 50% are based on the unit count, which is the normal dialogue we speak in. I think we all recognize in every project that the affordable square footage is usually less and significantly less than you see in the market square footage. I would venture that probably the ratio in this project is about as close as you'd see in a private project. And so I would just offer that up as a comment back to you.
I just mean it as a clarification, it's not a dig in any way.
And a worthy one, because we often overlook that. The second issue is that we've certainly looked at this project from a economically feasible standpoint. And my guess as to where the market is going to go is as good as yours. Certainly when we first crafted this project, the market was looking better than it does now. I think due to many factors, Santa Barbara is a wonderful place to live and a desirable place to live where people will put their money where their heart is, so to speak. And so whatever the project has to be economically feasible to happen. I wouldn't ever refute or discount whatever advice may come from any boards and processes. And so my answer to you is no, I'm not looking for a up or down vote on this particular project. I would tell you that I think this project is shaved pretty close, and that any significant changes to it would cause us to consider whether to go forward with it or not.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It's helpful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have about 8 people from the public. Is there anything that the staff would like to add, or?
Actually, Mayor Bloom and council members, there are a couple of points I wanted to make. Mr. Lloyd indicated that there weren't other private projects that were doing more than 25% affordability, and I would have to refute that. The 2109 Cliff project that I referenced was privately done, and it is a 60% affordable project involving 5 units. And the Miggs Road project, as originally proposed, was also private with 50% affordable. Also, Chapala 1 downtown is 20 plus. I'm not exactly sure where it falls, but it's certainly substantially above the inclusionary requirement, even though it was originally approved prior to the inclusionary ordinance. And the original iteration of Radio Square was proposed at substantially more than 25% affordability, although it has certainly been reduced back to the basic inclusionary level at this point. So I did want to offer that. Also, on the Shifco project at 15 units per acre, we certainly don't dispute the number, but there is a discussion in the land use element of the general plan about when you're looking at increased density for certain kinds of users, you talk about, well, the whole variable density approach is based on the idea that smaller units, you can have more smaller units because there are fewer numbers of people in the unit, so that the overall population density remains about the same, no matter, even though the density allowance changes. And that's particularly the case when you're dealing with senior units. And so we have specific allowances under that senior housing overlay zone related to the underlying zone. So their density was set based on the fact that they're partially E3, partially E1. So I did want to raise that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We have 8 members of the public who would like to speak. We'll start with Angela Bill, followed by Denny Cooper. Ms. Bill?
Mayor, council members, the first thing I would like to express is my appreciation to Das Williams for his attentiveness in all of my phone calls about the project that is going on. I would like to put a little face on that. I don't think I hear about general plan, I hear about zoning, but let me put a face on Santa Fe Place. Okay? Santa Fe Place has been a private street for over 30 years, only servicing the senior population on either side of it. We now have the street torn up. We have a parking problem. When the 14 units are finished, we have a mud problem that comes down. I could not get to a doctor appointment. Let's put a living face on Santa Fe Place. The Rogers Tract, I know, was illegal, and that solved really a problem for the city. And I was not so much in opposition to that because I understood the overview. Another 9 units on Santa Fe Place. I mean, let's talk about neighborhood preservation, not neighborhood destruction. We have a neighborhood of seniors there. I have seen, we had one 90-year-old lady that I had to retrieve from almost getting hit with a big truck. So let's just put a face on neighborhood preservation. Just listen to us. We are a community. We are a neighborhood. I go out every day, even though Mr. Lloyd put me in touch with the contractor and we resolve certain issues. But every day I go out and those issues are not agreed to. They are not held to. Workers park all over our property and take up parking spaces. I see seniors trying to get to their apartment carrying, packages. So we need to look at neighborhood preservation. We are a neighborhood. We ask that you hear us. Das Williams has called me back every single time I have called him. I call him because the mud is coming over the wall. I call him because they're not paying any attention to moving earth after November 1st when there's a major storm coming in. I mean, we did talk about the Rogers Tract, about what would happen. That nightmare has come true for us. It has come true for us. So all I ask is that we talk about density. We already have so much density with those 14 apartments going in, coming down a little tiny Santa Fe place. How are we going to deal with any more traffic? How are we going to deal with that? I don't think that the city, it's now a city street. I don't think that the city can do anything to negotiate the traffic that's going to become with another 9 apartments going up there. We're talking about an overview here. All I heard, and general plan, changing the general plan.
Okay.
Why would we have one?
Could you wind up, please?
Yes, I will. I think that it makes a lot of sense not to deal with the general plan. So I just thank you for listening, and I thank you very much for all of your care and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Denny Cooper will be followed by Ron Miller. Oh, I didn't know that. Did you write that on there? Okay. Okay. Do you mind? Okay. Diane Bass then will be next, followed by Denny Cooper. Sure.
Thank you. I
Okay,
appreciate
sure.
your consideration. My name is Diane Bess, and I am a resident at Schiffco, and very, very grateful to have the affordable housing available to my husband and myself here in Santa Barbara. And it's been very illuminating to be here this afternoon and hear what is going on. My main concern for an additional project going on in our neighborhood, and I live directly below where this will be, is that I'd like to, my recommendation is to wait until the current project is done so we can actually get a sense of the impact of the traffic in our area. I know it's been much more disruptive, noisy, dirty than we anticipated. As somebody who suffers with asthma, it's had a direct impact on my health. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. I've had to increase the medication that I must take when I'm at home, and I'm finding that I'm needing to be away as much as possible. I've been spending 25% of my time outside of staying at our home because of the construction going on. And it looks like it would add a couple more years to living in the density of the construction. So I would recommend that we at least wait till the current project is done before a decision is made on this. And I'm a strong proponent of homeowners' rights, but I think neighbors have rights too.
Okay.
I appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me speak because I must leave.
Sure.
Thank you.
Denny Cooper will be followed by Ron Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Denny Cooper, and I am a Mesa homeowner. I've written earlier in support of the Rogers project, and thank those of you who responded to my emails last week, although as a humorous aside, I'll say that 100% of you thought I was a man, so I just wanted to clear that up straight away today. I am here to support the development and the affordable housing that this project provides. I hadn't intended to speak about it, but I would like to comment on something that a staff member said regarding the development at Oliver and Cliff Drive. There's an old saying, and I think it applies to the developers in this case. You can shear a sheep many times, but you can only skin him once. And I happen to know about the project at Oliver and Cliff that provided for 60% affordable housing, and I can tell you that he's upside down on it. It is probably not something that this developer would do again in that way. And so I recommend, based on what we're looking at here, which I feel is a generous offer of 50%, I am in favor of it, and I hope that you will agree, and I look for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry about the gender thing.
Oh, that's okay.
That happens to me all the time. So, Ron Miller will be followed by Michael Self.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Ron Miller. I'm a Mesa resident. I went to school here in the early 50s and been bouncing around the town for a long time. I finally I got enough money in the 70s to come back to town and bought a duplex on Elise Way. And as you know, that's a busy street. We've heard about traffic here today and so forth. I've watched infill for 30 years, and that's really what we're talking about on the Mesa, because all the big stuff was done in the 60s. So it's been a little bit of a hassle for everybody on the Mesa with the infill. But you know, once it's done, it's going to be done. So I put up with it because I have to. The thing that attracted me to this project was the fact that it kind of fit with everything else around it. Talk about density, low density, high density. It fit. I mean, SHFCO's been there a long time. It's pretty dense. The other stuff on the other hill, it's about the same. So we're talking about houses that will not be big. They'll be relatively small, and they will fit for the area. And the other thing, and the size, the design, the height, all that stuff seems to be comparable with what's in the area. So in my mind, it works. And the other part of it is, for those people who are really concerned about low-income housing on the Mesa, this is a perfect opportunity. It's not on a main street. It's off of a main street. It's back where people would enjoy living. And it's big enough, 1,000 or 1,100 square feet. That's where I live. That's fine. I mean, it's okay. So I think you have every reason to support it. I sure do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Michael Self will be followed by Inger Budke.
Denny, I share your concerns. Since I'm Michael Self, I'm often confuse people.
Michael, Marty, and Denny here.
And while you're at it, when I go out of town, nobody knows
knows what a DOS is. Yeah.
Oh, you can add me to that list, too, so.
Mayor
Bless our
and
mothers,
council
huh?
members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The applicant says this complies with existing density, but I'd like you to remember what staff has said. They have allowed extra dense projects in there because they're senior projects, and it doesn't seem fair to further penalize the neighborhoods by using that as an example to do a more dense infill. My biggest concerns, and I don't live on the Mesa, is that the zoning laws and ordinances and general plan are put into place to protect neighborhoods so that the existing neighborhoods know what they can expect in fair play, that somebody's not changing the rules midstream. And I think until our general plan update is complete, that should not be tinkered with. So we're so close to that line. And as far as zoning, again, that is a big protection, and there has been huge unhappiness in the city about the granting of modifications and such that have so many of our citizens and residents on hypertension medicine. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Inger Bunke, followed by Carol Hauer. And then the last speaker will be Carmen Romero.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Inger Loken-Budke. I am the manager of SHFCO, so I work for the Housing Authority. And I am here, I really feel like, as an advocate for many of the residents. Before I start, I'd like to praise Keith as our neighbor of many years. He's been a very nice neighbor to Shifco for many years. He's provided avocados to the residents. We let him use our trash service. And so we've always liked Keith. We feel a little disappointed in this situation because he's never come to the residents. He knows us and has never told us about this project. It was kind of a surprise last spring when it came to the Planning Commission. Since then, we still haven't heard anything about it. And unfortunately, the Housing Authority, we've gotten so large. Rob Pearson called me last week, and that was the first that I heard about it. And we had no time to talk to the residents about it, really. And some of the residents are very discouraged about the current project going on above us. They feel like they didn't want to come today. They don't think their voice makes a difference. We tried to encourage more people to come, and they feel really discouraged. They feel like they were not listened to last time. So I feel like it's my place to try to advocate on their behalf. They are discouraged because the current project is not completed. It was started over 2 years ago, and they're still in the earth-moving phase. Every time it rains, whether it's a small rain or a large rain, mud comes streaming down the street. It overflowed the backside of the management building at Shifco over the Martin Luther King weekend. Shortly before the City Council visited yesterday, I'm not sure the name of the vehicle, it was like a sump pump truck, came and sucked out a bunch of mud out of that drain. The location of Keith's property kind of just abuts into that ravine again, and it's mud when it's raining, and it's dust when it's not raining. And people are just feeling just an assault in the construction. So at this point, it is a little premature to really make a decision about the property, but I think the main thing that I'd like to convey on behalf of the residents is it is too early. We do not know what the real impacts are of the current 14 units that are being built right now. All we know right now is it's been nonstop noise, nonstop mud, nonstop dirt and dust. And there have been traffic issues with the contractor. He's been amenable. I don't want to really criticize that, but we don't know what the real traffic impacts will be of people residing in those units until those units are done. And so I would like to speak on behalf of the residents that they believe it's a little too early to make any decision. Many of them are against it. I don't know if they know the full scale of the project to make an informed decision, but their gut reaction is they just feel discouraged and exhausted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol Howard. And then the last speaker will be Carmen Romero.
Mr. Dillshammer.
Madam Mayor and council people, I am also a resident of Shifco, and I would just like to add my voice pretty much to what Inger has just said, that the impact of having the 14 units that are going to go up is unknown, and traffic is a major consideration. And it's also, we have like families, I assume, going into the new housing, and we have a large senior population. We're all independent livers and hope to stay that way, but not all of us are very mobile, and part of the Shifco is on one side of Santa Fe, about a quarter of it, I think, and the other part is across. And Santa Fe, as you know, runs right up to the proposed unit as well as to the 14 units that are already going to be built. This is definitely going to be an increase in traffic. And it's a lot of the seniors are a little bit slower getting across the street. And they have to cross that street a lot of times. And some of them are with walkers, some are with wheelchairs. And so it is difficult. I would also say we don't know what the impact will be on the 14, but we do know what the impact has been so far with the construction on the residents of Shifco. And I myself live in the farthest unit from where the development is going on. But my car every morning is covered with very fine dirt. This is not a major consideration. I can brush it off. But the thing is that very fine dirt is also being breathed in by the residents there. And I don't have like a scientific medical report to give you, but one of the residents already talked about her asthma being worse. I know of another one who lives closer to the development whose asthma is definitely been very worse, and there have been other people who have had physical problems with the construction. And so I would make a plea that until we know the impact of the 14 units that are going in, that we wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Romero would be the last speaker.
Hi, everyone. I am a resident.
There.
I'm a resident of the Senior Housing Interfaith Corporation, and I know it's a beautiful place to live in for seniors. Mr. Williams has been there several times as a beautiful, quiet place. And the gentleman behind me said there is no major impact on the community, but there is. I walk every day, but once you add 9 more units, I'm opposed to that one. We won't be able to walk because of the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have no more speaker slips, so it's to the council. I do have a question. I should have asked it before, but about the Rogers track, I wasn't real clear when you showed the map. Maybe you could get that back on there. What's left? I was watching it, and I know there were 7, you said 7 owners still have things, but I just want to see, there's the owners, but it looks like J2 is kind of landlocked, right? So is that one, are they all buildable? That's the question. Because I remember the Rogers track, you showed the picture of it at first. I first saw it when I was on the Planning Commission, and it was like a Naples. You know, lots of little lots, and we know they were illegal. So I was very glad to see that people are coming together now, and we're getting it settled as to who owns what and so on. But I guess my question is, are all of those lots, the J2, or BCD, or so on, are all of those lots buildable?
Mayor Blum and council members, we do have some concerns about a few of the remaining lots. The owners of Lot C, the Clinays, are talking to us about anything from 2 lots to 4 lots out of that. And that's 4 lots is probably unlikely. 2 is tough because they're on a very steep slope. Yeah. I think B has access, but is also on a very steep slope. I'm less familiar with M and D. J2 is tough, and H is actually I don't think they have any access anymore. I know that when they worked on the 20 units in the 2 projects, they worked very hard to get some of those folks to join that project, and some people chose not to. Okay. And I think Ms. Salinas may be able to add anything, or have I covered it all? Okay. I, of course, already has a house. J1 has proposed a house, but is not moving forward at this point. Okay. And that would be it.
Okay, it's interesting. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Wiley.
I'm not so sure about the lack of access. I think the approach that's been taken, and Mr. Lloyd may know more about this, has been when the 6 and 14 were developed, for example, the understanding was that they could not interfere with any private access rights that existing owners had. So, for example, H, if you look at the road, if you will. Mm-hmm. Now, this wasn't a legal road. This was on the Rogers tract. It was never approved by the city, and it's part of the illegal Rogers map. But at least those private owners felt that they had that private access right. And so 6 and 14, 6 and 14 didn't interfere with that. As a practical matter, these lots are so steep And the access is so impractical, the city's probably never going to go along with development on some of them, particularly, I would think, H and a few of the others.
Okay, I just, my concern is just what's left. I mean, what other, we keep seeing project by project, but I wanted to see what else the Mesa residents would have, to put up with.
Right, and I understand that Mr. Lloyd has worked very hard to get some of these other people to join in on a couple of these, but it's not always easy.
No, it isn't. Yeah, Mr. Lloyd.
Madam Mayor, if I could just give another point of clarification.
Sure.
Mr. Wiley is right on point. We have not denied anybody access to their lots legally.
Okay.
We have dedicated development rights across our properties, which overlie these easements. They are in very steep areas, and I doubt that anybody could utilize them and be consistent with city policies. I continue to encourage people to come into our open space plan. As you know, in the project, we did a lot of that, and I hope that there's still more to go on that.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that clarification. Where is the access from B and C? I think it's above, don't you think? But I don't know. Yeah.
It is off Harbor Hills, I believe.
Yeah, right.
And B is a
Harbor Hills
illegal lot, and I don't believe it can be remedied to meet the requirements of development.
Okay.
Just as my opinion.
Right. No, I know.
I had the owner of H threaten to sue me because I cut off access, and that's why I had to clarify that we have not done that.
Yeah.
I don't believe physically it can be done, but they have whatever rights they have, they have.
Well, I think it's amazing that this is what we have left, because after all of those little tiny lots, when you look at them, phew, I didn't see how you were going to get it together, so I'm pleased that we're only with these left. Okay, it's to the council. Mr. Williams, do you have your light on?
Sure. First of all, I want to appreciate the kind words from SHFCO residents. I love them, and I hope they'll still love me after today. I think it's always important to reference what the alternatives and what we're seeing happen is. And as you know, my preference is, leave hillsides, and especially hillsides, the way they are. And I think if there were questionable development rights here, that's where I would fall on. If, for instance, this was a annexation, I would say, let's not do it, and there's no development rights, and let's leave it to zero, and I tell Mr. Lloyd to take a walk. But I think there are development rights here. If this was, if there was consistency at 3 units per acre, they would still have the development rights to build 2 very large mansions. 4,720 square feet is the amount that they would be allowed to do under our FAR rules, and those are mansions that have a huge impact. Those size units have huge traffic impacts because it's not just the residents, it's all the services, it's all the people, mowing their lawns, it's all the, it's much more than a 2,200 square foot unit in terms of impacts and traffic trips and other things. And I would argue that if we don't allow at least the possibility of a project, that's what we would do here today if we allowed the initiation and upheld the appeal, we would not be approving a project. We would just be allowing it to go to the next step. If we don't do that, then the only recourse is to go back to build these 2 mansions, which I think is the worst possible outcome. We have all the impacts of traffic and development and unsightly. I think 2 big 5,000 square foot units we're gonna notice more than the proposed project, but without the benefit. And the benefit is 4 affordable units. 1,100 square feet is, I know, modest to some, but it's still bigger than any place I've lived in my entire life. And it's to me, asking for those 4 families the same benefit that SHFCO residents have been able to benefit from. And I think that that's an okay thing to ask for. I also think that there's some, so I would agree with folks who have objected to the project that it's fine that it's too early now, because an initiation is only the first step, and there are many more steps for approval. We will be able to see and have things unfold with the other previous project before final approvals on this project would be granted. I would also just add that 5 units per acre rezoning is not very dense. I mean, that's not dense. It's just not by any measure of us in the city. It's not very dense. I also just have a sort of a fairness issue with this. You know, I've gotten into my share of fights with Mr. Lloyd over other projects, but I think that we need to have some kind of level of consistency in approach here. And when I read the staff report when I went to Planning Commission, I said, well, God, you know, the logical thing here is to change this to 50% affordable, and then it should be no problem, right? That's not what ended up happening. I feel like all of us, at least half of us here, said something about when the other project was approved. Half the folks here spoke up and said, well, why doesn't he include that adjacent property? And so I don't think we can even, I mean, we basically gave all the signals to this applicant to do this. And then we would maybe punish him for doing that by preventing him from doing it. I feel like there should be fairness and consistency in this process, and that leads me to believe that we should grant the appeal. It doesn't mean that we should approve the project exactly how he's put down, but that we should allow the initiation for a zone change and general plan amendment. You know, if the rezone happens, we do need to make sure the density of the project does not increase further, and we should make the 4 affordable units a condition of approval. So that's the good news. I do want to add, though, that we do need to do something about the previous project that we approved, because the stormwater detention there is just problematic, and I don't know if it's the applicant's fault, or if it's the construction firm's fault, or if it's staff's fault. It's somebody's fault, or if it's just an impossible area. But there needs to be more work done on it. I have gone out there several times at Ms. Bell's request, and there is some really bad migration off-site. Staff has attempted to address this by meeting with the applicant and sort of forced a whole new reevaluation of looking at the stormwater detention from the area. But we need to stay on this, because that's just not okay. There's actually other places where this happens. I can say in the Oak Park, some of the conditions of approval that we have put down on Cottage Project is kind of loosey-goosey and isn't being paid attention to. And I think if we don't enforce our conditions of approval, we really lose credibility to the public. So that's, I think, a separate matter, but one that we really need to address as a city.
Okay, Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Williams that we definitely need to make sure that the current projects are following their conditions of approval, so I support him on that. I believe that the planning commissioners are our land use experts, and I need to see a very, very convincing reason for overruling their judgment. I think that the project plan that Mr. Lloyd has presented is admirable in many ways, and I think the fact that he has included such a large percentage of affordable housing is admirable. At the same time, I think we have a general plan, and I think we have zoning laws for a reason, and it appears to me, at least from what I've heard, we are not taking economic value from the applicant. by going along with the Planning Commission's recommendation. There are economically profitable ways to develop this property. It won't be this project, but I believe the Planning Commission made the right decision. They ruled on pretty straightforward lines that this is too dense, according to the current general plan, and I think we should follow their guidance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Horton, and then Mr. House.
Last night, a group of us got in a car and we drove to Ventura to visit with the Ventura City Council. And the reason we did that was because we wanted to get their endorsement to assist us on a commuter rail project, because we felt that having a regional direction with respect to public transportation is the only way we can solve this problem. And the reason that's important to us is because more and more and more of our workforce can't afford to live in town. I can afford to live here because I bought it in 1971. If I had my same job, I couldn't afford to live where I live. The trend is that we're losing our workforce housing at a pretty rapid rate. And I think there's reasons for that. I think people, the baby boomer generation is retiring, and they have two good incomes. They can afford to move here, and they can buy a house and retire, and that house is then taken off the market for the workforce. That being said, we have pretty consistently put out the message and encouraged our builders and contractors and project developers to try to help us out here with doing something for workforce housing. Now, is that the only thing that we should be concerned about? Are there other overriding issues that we should take into consideration? Of course there are. And they've been mentioned tonight. And I believe that the project which really was under review this afternoon was the first project. We didn't hear a whole lot from the Planning Commission about the second project. And the second project, it seems to me, with its ratio of affordables to market rate, is a reasonable and responsive project that makes sense. I don't believe that the density is excessive. I don't believe that the traffic, I think Mr. Williams has made a good point, that if the builder puts two large homes on that lot, that the overall traffic pattern will probably be worse. I'm totally sympathetic and 100% in agreement that the issue of runoff and impact on the SHFCO housing people, we are required, we deserve to do something for those people. They deserve that we do something for them to prevent that from happening. But nevertheless, when I look at the revised project and the benefit that it provides, if we can't approve this one, then I'm really kind of at a loss as to know what we can improve. So I will support the revised project.
Okay. Mr. House?
I'll start off right from the beginning to say that I agree with Mr. Williams in everything that he has said today. And that includes that excludes that thing about the annexation.
I know,
I just can't help but make a dig at Veronica Meadows every chance I get. It just spills out of me.
I said, wow, to him. Thank you for rethinking
Just
that.
to be clear. But thank you for saying all the rest of what you said so very well. I'll start with your end point, and that is that the wetting of the ground to keep the dust down and the dealing with the drainage. I know it's a terrible issue for construction management, but it is essential. And whenever we have a small or major construction project near already existing neighborhoods, that is got to be the highest priority. And I know we have the right person here to take action on that. Please, we must get that back on track. So our staff and whomever should go after that with gusto. These people should not be enduring some of the things they're having to endure during this process. or in the subsequent one either. I did turn to existing policy for guidance in coming to this conclusion, and listened very carefully tonight to hear, or today rather, to hear whether anything really intruded on that. The first in our housing element update that is already approved and is our policy and gives us guidance, talks about neighborhood compatibility and how important it is that the new development be in character and be compatible with surrounding neighborhoods, and that includes the scale and the size and the design. And we have very, very good implementing structure now to deal with this. And looking at what's being proposed, and then looking at what's nearby and what's been there for a long time, it seems very fitting for that area to me. We've had so many proposals where people have come forward in a similar kind of setting with 3,500 and 4,000 square foot homes, trying to pack them in, much less the 2,200 square foot type proposal, let alone the 1,100 square foot, barely two-story with the garage underneath and one floor above for affordable, which are smaller than what's being built there now on along the street there. I looked at the encouragement to do this kind of work, going a little to what Mr. Horton was saying, for new housing development through the public and private sector, assist in the production of new housing opportunities which vary sufficiently in type and affordability to meet the needs of all economic and social groups. And it says with a special emphasis on housing that meets the needs of very low and moderate income. Pursue all opportunities to construct new housing units that are affordable to low and moderate income owners. Continue to solicit proposals for low and moderate income projects from private sponsors and develop programs to assist in their implementation. I really want to get this on the table. Continue to provide bonus density units above levels required by state law. Continue to assist the development of infill housing. Support the development of infill residential projects in the city. Our goal 5, where appropriate and legally possible, reduce or remove governmental constraints to the maintenance, improvement, and development of housing. And then policy 6.3, provide incentives for the private sector development of new housing opportunities for households earning more than 120% of the area median income. Somewhere in that neighborhood, this is where those 4 units would fall. That's our current direction in our policy for the city of Santa Barbara, and we've worked for so many years to get the private development community to respond and not just be, barely providing affordable housing, but to be really robust in their efforts to do so. And when we have something in the 40 and 50% range where it's situated as this one is, where it's adjacent to similar kinds of projects, and gives that opportunity for home ownership to families getting going and to live here and stay here in Santa Barbara. And here we are in a declining population city where people are leaving our city, and the middle class and the workforce are being forced out. To be able to provide at least some relief to a few of these families is just so important. So I know it's difficult when we have construction near already existing residential neighborhoods. I did look carefully at the traffic issue. I see staff has identified that this is not a significant impact on the street right there, or even on Cliff Drive. So those are the background for why I support most all of what Mr. Williams had said earlier today.
Okay, good. Ms. Schneider.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here as well. I'm actually still quite in a quandary with this, so I think if I express what my thoughts are in my head and I speak them out and continue the conversation, that might help me get to a final decision. So this is what's going, and first off, this is a procedural issue, not necessarily about this particular project, but in our rules. But why I asked to repeat the issue about the noticing, that's probably something we need to look at, because a consent calendar item changing a date of an appeal without then re-noticing the neighbors afterwards, I don't know how I mean, it's not a lot of work on our part, and it will make a big difference on the noticing neighbors. So I think that's really something in general we should look at. And I know that that contributes to, I think, some of the concerns I'm hearing from Shifco residents of just the general of what's going on in my neighborhood and what's happening. And I'm not placing blame or credit or anything on the applicant or this project on that rule. I'm just saying that just adds to, I think, some of the concern I'm hearing from the Shifco residents about what's happening, and communication is important. Certainly, the current construction, I supported the construction that, the project that's going on now for a lot of reasons. And I think the concerns are warranted ones from Shifco and wanting to see what's going to happen with something already in place before we decide to add to it. So I get that. I ditto what Mr. Williams said about stormwater management and trying to deal with the conditions of approval and making sure we keep that on track. So those are some concerns there. First off, just a question. There are two things we're looking to modify. There's a zone change, which my understanding is because this lot has a mix of a zone, and we've done this before in trying to clean up to make the whole lot area one zone, right? That's the first question there.
Actually, Councilmember Schneider, it is zoned E1.
The whole thing?
The whole parcel. It's the general plan designation that is split.
Okay. So we'd have to do the general plan. Well, is there a project that would maybe need a cleanup of a zone change without a general plan amendment? How many units are we talking about? Or is that something that who knows what that means?
No, I think Mr. Williams came fairly close in any case. The 2 units market and however many units affordable using the bonus density process.
Right. So it's because it's all the gen. So that, I understand. So and Mr. Francisco brought up I think some other good points. Status quo. Right now, if we were to deny this appeal, we're back to the status quo. We're back to potentially 2 units with the guidelines, because the lot's so big, of 4,725 square feet each. And Mr. Francisco says that there is an economic profitable option here for the applicant. Sure. And I agree with that. My then question is that something that I think has a benefit to the city? In terms of do we really want close to 5,000 square foot homes, 2 more of them up on the mesa like that with all the things that were talked about there. So we're not in the position to say, okay, no development, no forever more. We're saying what under the rules that we have do we want to see there in looking at the neighborhood. So and looking into our planning commissioners for their advice, I also agree with that. I also remember hearing and talking to some commissioners and reading the notes that really, because this had to do with a general plan amendment update, they were really kind of punting to us to see where we wanted to go with it, as opposed to saying don't do this no matter what. And it was a policy kind of thing, as I remember the 4 of them who were there asking, is this really something in our purview, or should we ask the city council of where to go with this? So I go back and forth because I think the issue with a general plan amendment is a serious one, and I agree, and I want to be very cognizant of the concerns of the neighbors and trying to deal with that. And the timing of this is an issue too. It would have been nice, you're right, if all this happened at once and we can deal with it. So finally, if it does go one way or another, again, I also want to reiterate that what project ends up coming back here could be very different than what we're seeing, and that's a whole different conversation in terms of what would actually happen and when that would happen. So I'm not sure if I'm really in any place better than I was before I started talking, but I thought I'd bring up those points to really try to understand, the issues at hand. And I'd like to hear from the rest of my council colleagues, if that's possible. Thank you.
Okay, there are a couple more of us who haven't spoken yet. Ms. Falcone?
Well, I'm happy to defer to you, Madam Mayor, if you'd like to go first.
Sure. Want me to? Sure. What I always do in something like this is draw a line and put yes and no, and then I put my pros and cons on each side, and then I look at it. And this is really a difficult one because it's right on the edge. It's got some good yeses and good nos, and I guess that's why we're here. The 16% slope is in our conservation element, not to, you're not supposed to dig you know, but if 16% comes out at me for some reason, and I think it's sort of like, sure, we can build beyond there, that's not a problem. The Anasazi Indians did it on the side of a hill, so that, you know, and so you can build almost anywhere. The question is, what do we want to go right there? And the 16% is, to me, right there at the edge, and I know there are others that we have approved at higher slope, but I'm just telling you that's, it's a little bit sticky. On the other hand, we've got no modifications. Once we get a general plan update, we've got a rezone. Once we do that general plan amendment, and we do the rezoning, I think the density is okay. I think the traffic won't be horrible. And I think you can work with City College, because that's what the other 14 units are doing, which is a very wonderful thing for City College. People who work at City College to live right there. And if we get some good crosswalks, you know, they can walk over to work. And so the whole thing, that is, to me, that's good. On the other hand, I was very distressed yesterday to see the project that's going in right now. As I got out of my car, I said, who approved that? And I realized we had approved it. But it's the 14, it's just a mess. And I don't know how long it's been a mess, because I haven't been over there. I was over there at night at a meeting once, but I just didn't see it. And I think it needs to get some kind of fast track and get there's some green stuff you can put on it to slow down erosion or whatever.
Madam Mayor, maybe we
Yes.
can speak to that a little bit.
Please do,
We have been following this one very closely. It has been an ongoing issue. Most recently, there was a meeting that involved Creeks Division, people from Clean Creeks, the contractor, the developer, city staff, building safety, public works, and so on. Overall, I must say that the applicant has actually done an exemplary job on a very steep site. There were some issues initially, in particular about going past the November 1st deadline, the first year that they were under construction, and we dealt with that. And I have to say that the rains that occurred a few weeks ago were record. 4 inches one day followed by 4 inches the next day. And there is almost no project that can really deal with that. They do know that at least some of the problem is caused by the property to the west on La Vista del Oceano. That is, has an approved project, but they have not moved forward on it, and there has been a lot of ongoing erosion from that property for a long time. And so we don't know how much of that is from the current project under construction and the ongoing erosion issue with that parcel to the west. But there is definitely an increment, and maybe a substantial increment. I know that it is tough for the residents. Construction is always tough. I've lived next to it too, and it is not always a happy period of one's life while it's going on. But we do get the complaints, and Mr. Williams is really good about passing those on to us, and we try to respond as quickly as we can as well. But it is a tough site, and and I'm hoping, and maybe Mr. Lloyd can speak to this a little bit about construction schedule, that they are just about to the stage where they can start putting in retaining walls and footings and actually start building construction on that lower portion.
Yeah, which will make a big difference. So,
Yes.
And I understand, rains and so on, but it is difficult. I was down by Fess Parker's new hotel, and the dust but they had a street sweeper right there, and so they're working on it. And that's in a hotel area, it's a little bit different, but it is difficult. So I understand what the SHFCO people are going through. I'm struggling with this just like Ms. Schneider is, because I can see both sides. On the other hand, I really would rather have some employee workforce type housing than the big 4,000 square foot mansions. It's just the people of Santa Barbara need a place to live while they're working in Santa Barbara, and 1,100 square feet, that's a little bit smaller than my house, but I raised 3 children there. It's a good amount, and I like that. So I'm aiming toward yes, but boy, it's hard because of the general plan amendment. It's just, it doesn't feel real good. So I turn it over to you, Ms. Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those comments were helpful to me as well. Well, in an effort at full disclosure, I live fairly close to this area. I live on the other side of Cliff Drive on San Miguel, on the 1500 block of San Miguel. However, it's well outside the 1,000-foot conflict of interest zone, and so I don't feel compelled to recuse myself. I really am far enough away. But having lived there for almost 15 years now, I've been looking up at the slope of the Rogers track for all that time, and I've been hearing the trucks that back up all the time, and I've seen the houses go in, which from my vantage point look like one on top of another, and I see the dirt hills, and I see the slope, and I see the mud, and although Ms. Bell, you may have called Mr. Williams, but I assure you I've been up there just on my way home or when it's raining or something and take a look at it, and had a conversation with one of the Mr. Lloyd's, what do they call, foremans on the job, not only in when it first started in 05, 06, but not too fairly recently as well. So the impact that is being had up there on the Schiffco residents is constant. It's constant, and I know that Mr. Lloyd and his team are doing the best that they can on that first project. But I see what you've been through, and I've seen it frequently as I stop by and poke my head in. The first project I too supported for a whole lot of reasons. One of them was, as I think it was either Helene or Marty mentioned, that 7 or so of those units that are on that lower side by the Schiffco folks were all pre-sold to City College, pretty much. I know Mr. Lloyd has been working with City College this time, but for a variety of circumstances, it doesn't look like that's either going to happen now or it might happen in the future, but it's certainly not happening at the moment. So they're not pre-sold. The other thing is that up on top of the Rogers track, which I have to give you credit again, Mr. Lloyd, for pulling together those antiquated lots, because that's a legal nightmare of nightmares, and that's another reason that I voted for the first project that you brought, at least in this, in my experience. The last part is that I remember getting as close to a commitment in blood as I was going to get from Mr. Lloyd, that there would only be 6 houses on the top of that hill. And after all those years of watching more houses go in and in and in. So having this project done and having only those few left is a very important thing, as Madam Mayor was mentioning before. However, that being said, I know that the condos that are on 14 really are going to impact the Schiffco neighborhood and Santa Fe. I know that getting out onto Cliff Drive and making an east-hand or a left-hand turn is very dangerous until we ever get a light there or something. I know that the potential for larger buildings being there exists pursuant to the building right of the landowner. However, I don't really believe that a 4,700-foot home, let alone 2 of them, will ever be approved. That being said as well, when you have a planning process and when you have a general plan amendment or an update, as we're doing, planning shouldn't stop. There's been a call over the last couple of years for us to put the brakes on. Don't do anything else. Planning should stop. Well, that's not how it works. It has to keep going. But we're on the eve of that conversation. We're literally on the eve of that conversation. And I'm just not convinced that it's prudent to do a general plan amendment and initiate rezonings when you're right there having that conversation, which actually one of the fundamental pieces of the conversation we're going to have is, where does density go? What do we do about workforce housing? What happens to open space? This is exactly that conversation. I don't think that I can approve this today. Having listened to all of it, having waited, a lot of good things have been said. I can't quite get there. I just can't quite get there. And I do think that if there were more affordables, if you took one of those that fifth house and cut it in half and made it 2 more 1100s, if some of it was pre-sold to any employer in town who needed employees to stay here, if there was some of that, I don't think the drainage on that particular piece is as bad as it would be if you denuded the hill, because it's got a huge avocado grove that's been there for 40, 50 years or something like that. So it's going to stay put. I'm glad to hear that the first project is going to move quickly. And I know you told me the other day that you're about to start construction on, I believe it was the upper part, but if it's the lower part, okay. Well, even better. So those are my comments for today. I just don't think that I can get there. I, too, don't really feel good about overriding the Planning Commission in this circumstance when this is a general plan amendment and a rezoning initiation. So with all due respect, Mr. Lloyd, I have great admiration for how you conduct things, and really appreciate your efforts, but I can't get there today.
Okay. Mr. Francisco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak to 2 points. First, a rather minor detail, but this concept that 2 large-ish houses are going to generate as much traffic as 5 market rate units and 4 condominiums, I find that hard to believe, though that's a relatively minor point. And I want to emphasize again, Mr. Lloyd, that I think this is an admirable project in many ways, and I do appreciate, how much affordable housing you've put in and the overall design of it. And I'm also glad to hear from staff that the existing ongoing construction there is exemplary in terms of how it's handling stormwater. It's just that we have a lot of stormwater this year. However, I just think to me, this is a very big thing. Overruling the Planning Commission and a general plan amendment as well as a zoning change. With all due respect to those of you who feel that this is worth doing, what are the circumstances that would prevent that? Is it if every time a good project comes along, and this is a good project in many ways, if every time a good project comes along and the only problem is it doesn't conform to the general plan, do we amend the general plan? It seems to me that the general plan and the zoning laws should be our guiding framework for making these kinds of decisions. And if we can go against that framework in an ad hoc way whenever a good project comes along, and I guarantee you a lot more good projects are going to come along. They come along every day. I think the result of that is chaos. And so I absolutely understand how many people on this council feel about the importance of affordable housing, and I believe affordable housing is important as well. But I believe that a guiding framework for land use planning is fundamental. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Williams?
On the most recent point, I think, never thought I'd do this, but I'm going to do a Barnwellism. If Brian Barnwell was here, what he would say is that our general plan is like us trying to still drive a 60-something Chevy around and exist in 2007 when what we should be driving is a 07 Prius, like Madam Mayor here. At the tail end, before a general plan update, there's a lot of general plan amendments because it doesn't quite fit anymore with the reality of the situation that we have on the ground now. So I think that's very, very normal. I think it's still going to be a couple years till we have an adopted general plan. So to freeze everything in place right now, I think to me sounds kind of crazy. I guess we're going to talk about that this evening, but I don't see a scenario under which we're going to have a rapid wrap-up of the general plan. There's way too much still division and opposing ideas in a community, and if we want the general plan to be a unifying force, it's still going to take some time. on traffic impacts, go to Montecito, just go out inside a 5,000 square foot home in Montecito and see how many people drive in and out of those places. And it sure ain't 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. trip. There's a difference by square footage and by income type on how much people drive and how many servants and service personnel that they use and have. And the kind of people that live in 1,100 square foot homes, they're people like me who are barely making it in a place like Santa Barbara. It's not just because I'm a great environmentalist that I take the bus. It's because it's expensive to drive everywhere too. And people do less traffic trips that live in 1,100 square foot homes than live in 5,000 square foot homes. Now, I'm not saying that, the overall is less, but I think that they're very comparable.
Yeah.
I think that, to Councilmember Falcone's point, I think that is a great idea. I think if it makes a difference to you that there is a condition of approval that the market rate units, a percentage of the market rate units have to be sold to an entity or even affordable units, then I think we should make that condition right here as part of the rezone.
I just see the city attorney taking off his glasses, ready to tell you something.
I think we should and could do that, and we should. I'm not saying all of them because that's.
I didn't suggest it because I don't think you can do it.
Well,
should we ask Mr. Wiley?
You always ruin all my fun, Mr. Wiley.
No, actually, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Williams, you can express your inclinations, your desires at the end of the day when this project gets back to a point, if it gets back to a point where you're acting on some ordinances and potentially even acting on a subdivision map, none of which you have here, and that's why you can't do it today. But you can say this is what we're going to be looking for, and if all 7 of you are still the same 7 individuals and you haven't changed your mind, and there's no reason you shouldn't be able to do that. Things change and considerations change. So with that caveat, if you will, sort of expressed on your behalf, that you can express what you want to see down the line, but you're not bound by that in the future. You have to have the discretion when you're adopting those ordinances and potentially approving a subdivision map to impose what you think appropriate at that time or not.
Well, my word is my bond, and if that made a difference to you, Councilmember Falcone, I would give you my word right now. I won't vote for the project in the future unless there's a pre-sale to an unnamed educational institution down the street. Some other entity.
Let me say that I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But the reason that I didn't go into that, and I asked Mr. Lloyd in the beginning, the question that I did with respect to the fundamentals of where we are today and what we're being asked to do today, is that although he's free to go back and present the Planning Commission upon what looks like a sufficient vote of this council to initiate a rezone, and comes back with whatever guidance he gleans from this, then I can go ahead and decide on that project if it reaches this level. What we're being asked here today is to do a general plan amendment, and on the eve of, yes, what might be still a 2-year general plan, I don't really want to send the message out there to anybody else to go ahead and start bringing these in just because we're not going to freeze everything in place. And I recognize that things don't get frozen in place. I'm being asked whether or not I can go there today in terms of a general plan amendment, and I can't. So if Mr. Lloyd, upon your approval, which I hear is going to happen, goes and listens to all the various things and brings back a project that has some, more benefit that is meaningful to me. I mean, there are obviously those who find sufficient benefit today. I don't, but we've had this conversation. So That's all. This is a procedural point in time. We're being asked to make a very specific decision on a huge, big thing that is the general plan, and amending it today is not a message I want to send when in 3 months we're going to start having these, or 2 months, or even sooner, we're going to really start ratcheting up that entire plan and going forward. And I think that's what the Planning Commission meant.
Okay, and I wanted to also ditto the notice. I think we need to look at that, because when I looked at it before, we had 27 people who spoke against this project. And, you know, there are some from Shifco here, and I'm really glad they came, but I think there are many, many more.
Yeah, we had a number of people who submitted letters. We had 11 people who spoke to and from against the project.
Okay, thank you. But still, I think we've got to look at that and make sure that people
we'll go back
know.
and take a look at that.
Yeah. It's on consent calendar to change the date. It's kind of hard. Yeah. It'd be good for people to know the change. Mr. House.
Well, Madam Mayor, I think I take what Ms. Falcone said certainly to heart. One of the things I do want to comment on, and that is that I believe that we should be looking at any of this kind, if there were others, proposals, really within their own specific, on their own specific merits. This is the part of the final resolution of one of the most difficult legal conundrums of in the entire city of Santa Barbara. This Rogers Track situation has just been nuts, and getting it down to where we're at sort of towards the tail end of this, and resolving it for significantly less than what had originally. I mean, if we have to go back to what was originally proposed here, I mean, I don't know how many lots were there. 60-some lots. And we ended up with 6 units above 14,
20 plus whatever.
20 altogether, plus this. And I do really believe that when there is a development potential for a lot like this, that would very well, without any special consideration whatsoever, allow for one or two very, very large. We don't need any more of these great big grand homes here in this area, and all of those impacts. In any case, all that said, I move that we uphold the appeal, initiate the general plan amendment for 5 units per acre consistent across the whole lot, and initiate the R2 rezone.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Is there more discussion?
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice, he says. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. What is that? Maybe we better, should we do let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Falcone?
No.
Francisco?
No.
Horton? House?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Bloom?
No.
It's 4-3.
So it passes?
Yes.
Okay. We approve the appeal. Now, I see Mark thinking.
Now
we're all
you're-
thinking. It's very. This is probably the hardest thing I've ever had to
Now
do.
Mark's in the biggest
And
quandary
I
of
started
all.
on this in
Madam
1990.
Mayor, could
It's very
I make a
difficult.
suggestion?
Yes, go ahead.
We're in a quandary because
We
in
are.
order to actually make anything happen, there are 5 votes. The reason why I ended up voting yes was that here, the situation in front of me is a very odd Rogers Track process that we just all talked about. I don't need to go into that. The 2 options we have are 2 very large homes and a potential new project. The concerns about Shifco, I think, and the current construction is happening right now are very valid ones. And if there is some way to delay or stop the construction of anything new and the permitting and the development process and the approval process is going to take a long time. And to make the impacts of the 14 units that are there known more, because the construction will happen prior to making any final decisions on this new project, I think will help us when we finally make that decision and help Shifco in terms of how they react to that decision. So I ended up voting yes because I saw the 2 at hand, and I thought by the time anything that came back to us, I was going to look at very strictly again in terms of how the current construction was going to be impacting Shifco and whether or not that new one should be negatively or positively impacting it. But to say no now just sort of takes away that even option, and you're ending up with
the potential of two, I think, very large mansions on the hill there. So, so I don't know if that makes any sense in terms of anyone's decision about how that relates to SHIFCO, but that was my rationale behind it, because I don't know if really a 4-vote yes vote is really meaning anything. It's sort of a no vote for the project, because we're not starting any initiation on anything right now. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, the appeals, he gets them moving, but you're still going to have to come back. So I guess the question is, so for me, so to continue this, I guess, in order to get, and I really appreciate what was said about the general plan amendment and what's needed here. I think this is a very odd, unique situation. I don't think I would do this anywhere else in the city.
Yeah. That's true.
I think that's the concern coming back if you're going to move forward with this project in terms of how this relates to SHIFCO, how this relates to the current construction with everything else in terms of the impacts.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just not going to get the 5 votes, so, right?
Yeah.
So you're in a weird situation.
Maybe this is the best, I know this is hard for you to see it this way, Mr. Lloyd, but maybe this is the best conclusion that there could be today, in that this gives you enough to maybe go forward, but also enough of an incentive to try to address some of the points by SHIFCO residents to get you at least one more vote somewhere in the process.
Yeah, I think there is the possibility of another vote.
Madam Mayor, honestly, I'm not just
not right now.
Madam Mayor, I want to say, even making the motion and saying this today, I didn't say that I'm going to support the project when it comes back.
That's the other part.
It's essential, and I know that we have a very competent applicant who can put together a team that can wrestle this one into success. I'm hopeful. On the other hand, it may not, and if it comes back in a way that doesn't meet all these other issues, and I haven't given my vote up for the future. We're really going to look at this hard, and you've got some work to do, my friend.
And I hope anybody thinking about running for city council doesn't watch this. It's so hard. It's so hard. Anyway, thank you so much. Yeah. No, thank you.
I am capable of reading my tea leaves, and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Okay, go ahead and read item number 18, I'm sorry.
Closed session for conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation.
Okay, and we'll be back in here at 5
The
or
fun
later.
never stops.
For it, because the EIR had indicated there was another feasible alternative, or a feasible alternative, which the city did not approve. And so this writ is essentially an order to the city council to rescind its approvals. And those approvals, again, were a resolution certifying the EIR and an ordinance taking a lot of different steps to approve the annexation that was taken in December, I think it was December 12th of 2006.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We have 3 people who would like to speak. We'll start with Naomi Kovacs, and I've got that on, followed by Steve Americana, and the last speaker will be Eddie Harris.
Good afternoon again, council members. Wearing my other hat right now. I am Naomi Kovacs, Executive Director of the Citizens Planning Association, which issued this lawsuit with Urban Creeks Council. And our attorney is unable to be here today with us, but he did want to be. He's just unable to be. So he wanted me to relay to you that he'd be happy to talk to any of you or all of you if you're interested in taking him up on that offer. I hope you've had the chance to read the letter that I sent out yesterday by email. I also just gave a hard copy to staff so that I know that they have a copy as well. And I hope you were able to read it and digest it a bit. Sorry for the late notice, but it was in response to another letter. Mr. Americano then sent you a letter this morning claiming that the letter we submitted was off base. I would like to point out that our letter was in fact actually a direct response to Mr. Americano's previous letter, which brought up the very issues that Mr. Americano now claims are off base. But we were pleased to read the assertion in his letter of this morning that the only issue on today's agenda item here is the question of repealing the ordinance before you, and we firmly agree with that. We don't agree, however, with his assessment that you should vote no today. Rather, you should follow both the court's order and staff's recommendation to repeal the ordinance. We also disagree with Mr. Americanor's assessment that the EIR has not been decertified. You passed that resolution on February 5th. It's also important to point out that you have already rescinded half this project. How can you not go through with rescinding the rest of it? The issue of the EIR decertification aside, are you going to leave this ordinance in place that approves the annexation and specific plan when you've rescinded the resolution approving the lot line adjustment, the coastal development permit, and the general plan amendment? Furthermore, you cannot reconsider the project until you rescind or until Mr. Americano wins his appeal. And in fact, since an appeal has been filed, the city should not be considering the project at this time at all. All of this considered, you should vote yes today to repeal the ordinance. As a final note, if you read Mr. Americanor's letter of this morning, you'll know that he has accused us of delay tactics. When people make such personal attacks, it's usually because there's no substance behind their claims. Not only is there no substance behind Mr. Americanor's claims, it's absurd to accuse us of delay tactics in light of the fact that he is asking for the delay. I'd like to remind Mr. Americano and your council that if council had adopted a feasible alternative in the EIR, we would never have filed the lawsuit, and Mr. Lee would be moving on an approved project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Americano, who will be followed by Eddie Harris.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, pardon my voice. I've got the bug that everyone else seems to have as well. I'm Steve Americano. I'm representing Peak Las Positas Partners, the applicant for this particular project. As Ms. Kovacs indicated, I did deliver a letter to you this morning, and I've left another copy on your desks. With respect to what's before you, the ordinance in question, the ordinance that you approved back in December of 2006, in fact, is the main action approving the project and certifying the EIR. The document itself approves, thank you, the ordinance itself certified the EIR, and it approved the annexation and the general plan amendment and the rezoning and the specific plan. It took all of those major steps, and those are the steps that we think should be left in place while the appeal is pending. The letter that I delivered to you this morning adequately sets out the other reasons why we are urging you to vote no. We have filed an appeal from the decision of the Superior Court that, as a matter of law, suspends the effectiveness of the court order, and therefore we think that not following that court order is, in fact, the appropriate thing for the City Council to do. And so we would ask for a no vote on the ordinance that is before you this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Eddie Harris, and I'm president of the Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council. And I concur, and Urban Creeks Council concurs with the comments that Naomi Kovacs has made. I think she summed things up pretty nicely. And I wish that our attorney, Bill Parkin, could also be here, because I think that he would be very helpful in sorting out some of these details. We do urge you to follow the court's decision and the staff recommendation to rescind the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I have no other speaker slips. So it's to the council. Mr. Williams.
As I mentioned two weeks ago, I think it's important for us and for the city of Santa Barbara to comply with this Judge Anderley's decision. And unless we filed our own appeal, we should continue to follow through with complying with that decision, no matter what the developer does. The city needs, in my opinion, the city needs to take care of what the city's responsibility is, and in my view, that's complying with Judge Anderley's decision, which is the law until it is overturned. And in regards to Mr. Americano's letter that the city has no authority to rescind the certification of the EIR while the appeal is pending, we already rescinded the EIR before you appealed. And so I think that's a moot point at this point. The only thing that we have before us is the second reading of the ordinance to repeal the previous ordinance approving the annexation and project in the first place. That, to me, is what we should do today. I want to continue my plea that I'm not sure how many things can go wrong with a project, both at this level and in the courts, before an applicant and the city realizes that this is either cursed by the heavens above or is just a bad idea. And I would just urge the applicant and anyone, and of course the council members, to look at this project, look at the map of this project and the properties of this project, and how much pain and heartache both for the neighbors, for the environmentalists, for the applicant, and for the city could be saved simply by completing the project into the cul-de-sac and saving the meadows itself from development. I think that's would save and end this cycle of the applicant continuing to spend more and more resources and therefore needing more and more to approve these overly large luxury units that we don't need as a city. So that's my plea, but of course what's before us today is the second reading of the ordinance rescinding the approvals, and so I'll move that we approve second reading of that ordinance.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. Motion is second. Mr. House?
Just a couple questions for our legal counsel, Mr. Wiley. Mr. Wiley, is the judge's ruling in effect now, requiring us to take this action?
Yes, that ruling was, the judgment was entered on February 9th.
Is there anything in this ordinance that we're asked to adopt today that rescinds the, ordinance number 5403? Is there anything in this that is not required by the judge? Is there any content or any scope larger than what the judge has asked us or told us to do?
No, almost by definition, because of the way this ordinance is written in the prior resolution adopted on February 5th, we've only done the last steps of that were taken by the city and by the city council, I think in December of 2006. The last final steps, certifying the EIR. None of the prior initiation of the annexation, for example, is undone. And we're essentially, in adopting this ordinance, we would place ourselves back in that position of just prior to those council hearings in December of 2006. Actually, I think one of them might have been in November of 2006 as well.
If the applicant's appeal is successful, what happens to the action that we're taking today? And even the rescinding of the resolution before?
It would typically nullify completely Judge Anderley's decision and then nullify any actions the city took in response to that decision.
Okay, thank you very much. Based on that, I support the motion today.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anybody? Anybody on that side? No? Ms. Falcone?
Well, I'm just a little confused, having listened to Mr. Wiley and then seeing a fairly vivid reaction from Mr. Americano. I'm just wondering whether or not, there's obviously a disagreement here as to what the results of this action are today. And in fact, it seems that there may be a disagreement with whether or not when we rescinded the resolution certifying the EIR, whether that was an action that actually rescinded the EIR. There seems to be some disagreement. Now, Mr. Wiley is our city attorney, but I'd like to hear why the responses to Mr. House's questions were met with such a reaction? I mean, you seem to totally disagree that if Judge Anderle is overturned by the appellate court, that our action of 2 weeks ago and today will be nullified, thus putting your client back into the position that he was in on December 12th of '06 when he received the approval and the certification of the EIR to move forward with the project. Is that not something that you believe?
Is this a question for Mr. Americana or for our own?
Yeah. No, it's, I've
Which
heard,
attorney are you listening to?
I'm asking because I heard Mr. Wiley, and I know Mr. Wiley's position, but I'd like to hear whether or not you have a different position, because there seems to be a vast canyon of difference, and between two lawyers of such caliber, that's rare. So, I mean, I know you're an advocate, Mr. Americana, and you're going to advocate for your client. And Mr. Wiley is our attorney, to which, you know, I have a great deal of faith. But I'm seeing a great chasm of disagreement that, you know, has me a little betwixt, you know, a little concerned.
I'm not surprised that there's disagreement between lawyers. Have you ever been to the Supreme Court and watched them argue about stuff?
You get 3 lawyers in a room, you'll
get
eight different opinions. I
Sure.
understand.
Okay.
But I'd like to hear why there
Okay,
was
sure,
such a reaction, that's all. I
Sure,
understand.
Mr. Americana,
Believe me,
go
I
ahead.
know better than most, but go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Falcone, if I can address both questions. First of all, on the issue of the ordinance versus the resolution. Both the ordinance and the resolution included certification of the EIR. The repeal of the resolution, which was adopted before the ordinance, has no effect on the ordinance. The ordinance certification of the EIR is still in effect. It's still in place. I disagree with Ms. Kovacs on that subject. The EIR, as far as we're concerned, is still in effect. Going to the second question. It's my understanding from talking to our appellate counsel and our CEQA counsel that when a judgment from a superior court issuing a writ is appealed, that writ is suspended. It is stayed automatically. And therefore, it is not in effect. And my concern and the reaction that you saw is that if the City Council today rescinds the approval, it will be doing so without a court order, and it will be doing so voluntarily. So that if we win the appeal, it will have no effect, because the Council will have voluntarily rescinded the approval. And we urge you not to do that. There's no reason for you to do that, because we have appealed. Since we have appealed, there's no reason for you to take this step that is going to be, I believe, very damaging, perhaps fatally damaging to this project. There's no reason for you to do it, because we have filed our own appeal, and the writ is suspended at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Wiley.
Madam Mayor,
I happen to disagree with Mr.
Don't
Americana.
like to do this, but
Yeah.
there's 3 parties, there were 3 parties to that lawsuit, and the city was the respondent. And the city has not filed a notice of appeal, and I think the law is very clear that the city, unless and until the city files an appeal, it is bound by the writ that was directed at the city and no one else. And unfortunately, I don't want to, when you violate a court order, when you ignore a court order, you subject yourself to being held in contempt of court. And I'm not going to place the city council at risk of being held in contempt of court.
And for that
reason,
Mr. Wiley, I'm going with your advice. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion. Go ahead.
I think the correct word is syllogism, or the word, to me it's a syllogism to say that this action is anything but in response to Judge Anderle's order, even at this point. And so if Judge Anderle's order is overturned on appeal, it's clear that this action becomes a nullity. We're not doing it voluntarily.
Okay, good thing to point out.
Well, I'm doing it voluntarily.
Well,
But that's because the main thrust of my argument has always been we need to determine what's in the best interest of the city to be at the site. That should not be the decision made by a developer. And I think that we need to comply with the court order. That's our interest, and that's the city's interest, is to obey the law.
Right.
And the developer may want to appeal it, but that's not necessarily our interest.
And I don't think there's anybody up here arguing with you on that. Mr. House.
I do, however, want to make the point that there may not be agreement here, and certainly I hope it's not part of the motion, your comments, because in approving this
I just
ordinance.
can't.
Yes.
I can't.
Good friends
bear
disagree
not
on
to-
things
to
from time to
leave-
time,
to put
but
that in.
I really do think it's essential that what Mr. Wiley said is understood, that this is under the duress, if you will, or under the specific ruling of the court that we're taking this action. I don't know how else to say it out loud, but I concur that would be a grave problem if we were just making this up out of whole cloth and arbitrarily rescinding something we had done before. We are not.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much, and we are going into closed sessions, in which we'll eat, and we'll be back here at 6-ish, maybe a little after 6.
Councilmember Falcone? Francisco?
Here.
Horton? Here. House?
Here.
Schneider? Williams?
Here.
Mayor Bloom?
Here. Okay, public comment. I have one speaker on something not on the agenda, and that is Peter Marin. Would you like to come up? Let's see, that's on there.
There's a homeless man in Cottage Hospital who's lived in town 31 years. Some of you know him, but I don't want to mention his name. He has diabetes. He gets dialysis 3 times a week. He's in the hospital. He just had his 10 toes removed, which is only the beginning of his troubles. He is somewhat a troublesome patient, but the hospital, knowing that he has no place to go, tried to release him today, and we stopped it and put a 24 hold on the release. But they are about to do what in Los Angeles is called dumping, and put a guy in a wheelchair on the street who, to their knowledge and to our knowledge, has absolutely nowhere to go. The shelter has beds, but the shelter, Mike Foley, to whom I talked, and Dr. Junkie, who's the head of medical services at the shelter, both say it's not the appropriate place for him and they won't take him. Therefore, the hospital knows he has no place to go, and nonetheless, they are releasing him. Now, in the past, when we've run into these situations, I realize the person you call at the hospital are the public relations people. And you tell them, as we've done in the past, that we are lawyers and journalists, and we're going to draw everybody's attention to this situation so Cottage knows that everybody is watching. So I am here to make this situation public so that Cottage knows everybody is watching. And you are the people to whom Cottage comes for permission to build and for variances to build and for a whole lot of other things. When Cottage cut down St. Francis, when they shut it down, we were afraid things like this would happen because St. Francis would never have released someone like this to the streets. I don't believe it's legal. We've asked Joe Allen to look into this, so Cottage knows lawyers are looking at it. I'm talking to as many journalists as I can, and I want to talk to you in public so that Cottage will know we are all watching. Because they have a 24 hold on the release, they have a chance to do the right thing and keep him in the hospital until, as they should, they find a place for him to go. But it's been my experience in Santa Barbara that people are much more likely to do the right thing when they know other people are watching. There is an abyss in our system. There is a glitch that we don't have places for people in this situation to go, and we haven't confronted that. But nonetheless, the hospital's responsibility is to keep these patients until there is a place to go, and it would be unthinkable for them to release him as they are planning to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment? That's it. Okay. Item 24, please. Oh, 23. I can't even read. There.
Plan Santa Barbara status update.
Okay. Bet you thought I was just skipping around there. Ms. Weiss.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm happy to be here this evening to talk about the city's planned Santa Barbara General Plan update process. This process was initiated to address a number of key policy issues. A general plan is a comprehensive and important planning document that some say is the Constitution. This general plan law exists in the state of California that provides a number of requirements and guidelines for what must be addressed in a general plan. Even today, there is new information and requirements and discussion going on as to what must be contained in a general plan. For example, the opinions regarding what must be addressed in terms of global warming and greenhouse gas emissions. So a general plan provides guidance to a local government in many different ways. One way that we're particularly familiar with is the land use development process. And that is one of the main reasons why the City Council initiated the general plan update a few years ago. There are basically three primary reasons why the Council initiated the Plan Santa Barbara process. One is that the city's charter, Section 1508, which was adopted through a voter approval of Measure E, establishes a growth management program for non-residential growth in the city. Measure E, Charter Section 1508 has a 20-year life and will sunset in the year 2010. The city's general plan and zoning, there are many provisions within the general plan and zoning that implement and further Charter Section 1508, as well as other important charter sections. And it's been City Council policy direction to initiate a evaluation of Charter Section 1508 and consider how we would continue to have a growth management program in the city. The second main reason that the Plan Santa Barbara process was initiated was to address residential capacity and build-out. The city's general plan housing element calls for the city to evaluate the residential build-out in terms of resources and community needs once we reach 39,000 dwelling units. We are approaching the 39,000 dwelling unit figure in terms of units on the ground and pending, and it was desirable to address this major development and general plan issue of residential development along with the Measure E and Charter Section 1508 evaluation. So both of those are two primary reasons why we're undertaking Plan Santa Barbara. The third very important reason was to look comprehensively at the general plan to encompass all the related issues that come under the umbrella of sustainability. The City Council, when initiating the Plan Santa Barbara process, which at that time was called Santa Barbara 2030, adopted 8 primary goals, which taken as a whole, even though there was one or two addressing living within resources and sustainability, all of the main goals really together will provide direction that we hope to end up with ultimately a comprehensive and sustainable general plan as an outcome. There are a number of important community issues that have had some discussion in the first phase of the Plan Santa Barbara process, and probably a good idea. A number of issues that have been addressed in the first phase of the Plan Santa Barbara process and are continuing to heat up as the process continues. I would today like to review this outline for today's meeting. The Plan Santa Barbara General Plan Update, which I just addressed, a quick review of the Phase 1 process completed to date. I'll focus tonight's discussion on Phase 2, which is where we are now. It's a very critical, important time in the policy development phase to understand what's important to the people in Santa Barbara and what choices will need to be made in terms of moving forward into the city's future. What goals and policies will lead the community into the future. And this draft development stage of policies of Phase 2 is the focus of our discussion tonight. And then I'll conclude with a brief overview of what we would like to see as outcomes in Phase 3, which include an important draft review phase. We'll have draft plan documents, general plan documents, and draft EIR for public review, and then end with adoption of the general plan updates and direction for implementation. Okay, in Phase 1, again, I think the Council is aware of this, so I'll run through it pretty quickly. The Council set a number of goals at the initiation of this process, which led us into public dialogue in Phase 1, which was really a broad introduction into the community that the city's undertaking this Plan Santa Barbara and why it's important, and we wanted to know what people thought about it. There were joint meetings with the City Council and Planning Commission where we checked in and got direction on how to proceed. Also, there was a special joint meeting that focused on community design. This wasn't really a planned event, but we feel that it came under the umbrella of the Plan Santa Barbara, where the City Council met with the Planning Commission, Architectural Board of Review, and Historic Landmarks Commission to talk about what's important in terms of our community character, historic heritage, size, bulk, and scale, building heights, and other community design concerns. The City Council established an outreach committee, and we've met with the outreach committee a number of times, and they've been very helpful in guiding this process and going out into the community and talking with people about Plan Santa Barbara. There were a number of community meetings, including opinion leader interviews, the major round 1 community workshops. We held 4 different workshops where quite a bit of diverse opinions were offered. We also met with grassroots community groups in the community. The milestone reports that came out of Phase 1 actually began with a conditions, trends, and issues report, which had a very thorough review with the Planning Commission. We created a city website where much of this information is available for the community to become informed of what's going on and also to communicate with the city. I really encourage people to use the website. It's a great way to get your thoughts and questions into the process. There was an informational brochure that was mailed out throughout the community. And then we recently issued this community input summary report, which summarizes all the community involvement interactions that took place in Phase 1. From an environmental review standpoint, Phase 1, we also initiated an MEA update and began the consultant contract process for an EIR for Plan Santa Barbara. Okay, Phase 2. I have attached to the council agenda report a timeline. It's a blue diagram. I hope you all have that. We have extra copies here, and at some points during this presentation, I'll go through the entire thing. Or not the entire thing, but with a focus on the Phase 2 portion. This is really where I think the council's understanding of where we are today and how we're moving forward, if you feel that it's responsive to the community interests of what the Plan Santa Barbara process is hoping to achieve, if the council is well informed and connected, if you're comfortable with the policy development role and leadership that the Planning Commission would like to have, this is really an important time for us all to understand the Phase 2 portion of the Plan Santa Barbara process. So because it's so important, the Planning Commission has really stepped up to the plate, and we've been meeting with them 3 times since the last joint meeting in September. In September of last year, the Planning Commission City Council met in a regular 6-month special meeting where we highlighted again the outcome of the Phase 1 and posed questions of how to move forward addressing the range of opinion that we heard. The Planning Commission wanted to take a more active role, and as we met with them in what were called status meetings, they were really questioning how they could be better involved and affect a better outcome with Plan Santa Barbara. So planning staff has also met with a subcommittee of the Planning Commission to refine the process. The objectives of staff and the Planning Commission working together were really common. We wanted to improve the process overall, be very clear on what the key issues are, and a comprehensive general plan outcome to define those specific outcomes of the Plan Santa Barbara process, to ensure a timely process. And one of the changes that was recommended as a result of this work with the Planning Commission was really to get to these key issues and get into the community workshop forum and not have individual topic-specific forums such as a sustainability forum or a transportation forum. So in working with the Planning Commission, there has been that change in the process where we dropped out these specific forums. And really the goal there is to bring everyone to the table in community workshops and deal with the magnitude of the issues that are so interrelated and just to move the process along. We also checked in with the Outreach Committee, and we had a good discussion with them. Of course, their focus was to highlight how the public involvement process will take place in this phase 2. We talked a little bit about the workshop format. We've had feedback from a couple people in the community that the workshops, they felt that perhaps the people weren't being heard. How will we grapple with the range of opinion and document that and decide how to move forward? Because we do expect to continue to hear varying opinions about what's important and what to do for our future. So that is something that the Outreach Committee, we hope, will continue to work with us on. The Outreach Committee also felt that it was important to identify how the Council and Board and Commissioners stay connected in the Plan Santa Barbara process. We briefly reviewed with the Outreach Committee a youth survey that we're undertaking right now. There were a number of members of the public present at the Outreach Committee meeting as well, and they brought up a couple of concerns. One was, what are we doing about the request to have a poll? I wanted to mention that staff would return to the council with a specific item to talk about the scope and funding of an opinion poll and the timing of that. I'll mention the timing when I go through the timeline as well. And then overall, there was support from the Outreach Committee about moving forward with this process. In fact, there was a brief discussion about whether or not the Outreach Committee was really needed anymore. Staff's response, and we'll highlight that again when I go through the flow chart, is that we think the Outreach Committee can be very helpful to us. We'd like to return to the Outreach Committee in preparation for the workshops. Again, we did hear some feedback that the way they were facilitated and such didn't really work for everyone, so we'd like to do a dry run with the Outreach Committee. We think that could be very helpful. And then also down the line, as we continue to engage the public in later phases, there was a lot of interest of when and how do we talk to neighborhoods. And I think that the Outreach Committee can be very valuable in the overall process. Just a few other things to note. We did hold a forum with a collaboration of folks in the community, Healthy Communities, and it was a very well-attended discussion about healthy communities and how planning and the health of the community are related. On the city's website, the video of that presentation and discussion can be viewed, and we are certainly, we all learned something from that discussion. It was quite helpful. And then we have the youth survey underway now. So the heart of the Phase 2 process is the development trends and what that all means. So the development trends are the upcoming events that we'd all like to be on board with. And that will begin with a newsletter that will be sent out throughout the community. We have a long list of people who are interested and have been engaged in this process that will be contacted and receiving a newsletter, as well as a number of organizations that we haven't heard from will be sending them the newsletter. We have our website, which will be updated with information about the development trends report, and people will be able to see color maps and look at all kinds of data that we'll be looking at with the Planning Commission and Development Trends work session. And we're also working with the Channel 18 folks. They would like to have a regular piece on Plan Santa Barbara each month in the Inside Santa Barbara show. The development trends, the next step will be a report that the staff will issue in the end of March, and then there will be a special Planning Commission Development Trends work session. Okay. I'm not ready to announce the date, but it would be the first week in April with the Planning Commission. This will be a special meeting where quite a bit of information will be presented, and I have a slide following this that talks about the Development Trends work session. We want to, as I mentioned before, return to the Outreach Committee for preparation for the workshops, and then conduct the community workshops on the development trends issues. And those would take place in April. The development trends issues and information, really what we're hoping to achieve in this part of the process is insights for the community. What's happened and what does it mean? What are the implications of development trends in the last 20 years? in terms of living within our resources. And that would all be viewed within the context of sound community planning. The principles of sound community planning is a term that is used in the city's general plan and zoning ordinance, and it really could use more definition in terms of this general plan update process. Basically, the sound community planning principles can be built upon from the council goals set for this process. And those include, is there appropriate development in terms of density and scale for our community? Is there safe and convenient transportation, transit, and mobility choices? Is there affordable housing to support social and economic diversity? Are we maintaining and enhancing the small town historic character in our neighborhoods? Are we developing explicit environmentally sustainable policies, and are we collaborating on regional solutions and addressing regional issues? Those are some of the key principles that the council set out for this process. So when looking at how are the development trends measured up against these principles, and how do these principles lead us forward, is really an important part of the development trends and policy development stage. Here's the outline, and I don't really expect anyone to be able to read this, but what I wanted to highlight is the, we can see the mouse here, the concurrent processing tracks of what is all entailed in Plan Santa Barbara. And it really is important to know that there's a lot going on at the same time, and how all of these things importantly work together to form a whole. The Plan Santa Barbara process would not be complete without, in my view, all of these things going on. For example, here's the environmental review track along the bottom. How we progress in the environmental review process very much relates and responds to the public involvement process here in these workshops. So where we are today, on the top, is status reports with the Planning Commission and City Council. And we had a status report with the Planning Commission on February 14th that went very well, and we have members of the Planning Commission subcommittee here to address the council as well. So we're at the City Council this evening with the status report and proposed EIR contract. What we're working on extensively right now is down here, these are staff milestone work products, a land use development trends report. That's the report I mentioned that will be loaded up online and highlighted in our newsletter that will be sent out. That report will contain quite a bit of information, but also, more importantly, it will be posing questions and issues to be explored in terms of implications of future growth and choices that will need to be made. So this report will feed into what's happening up here, which is the Special Planning Commission work session on development trends. Down next is the Outreach Committee. I mentioned working with the Outreach Committee in preparation for the Development Trends Workshop. This Development Trends Workshop is, again, a community-wide, everyone come to the table, grapple with these issues, give us your ideas, give us your opinions, and direction on how to lead forward. What should be the policy framework? Should it be a continuation of what we have? What are desired changes? If we change in one direction or another, what effects would those possibly have, and what we should be looking at further? So from this Development Trends Workshop with the public and Planning Commission input up here, the staff will draft a policy options report. That policy options report will go right back out into the public and ask, again, in a community workshop setting, this is what we heard you say, and this is what it might look like in terms of, should land use designations change somewhere? Should policies regarding mixed use or affordable housing be adjusted for one area of the city or another? These are options and a range of choices to be examined in a draft policy option framework. Again, after hearing from the community, staff will pull together a set of recommended draft policy preferences. That document then goes to the Planning Commission and gets really worked through in the summer so that the Planning Commission can form its recommendation to the City Council. During this time, we also have check-ins with the City Council, where we would probably be here again on an evening session to fill you all in on how this is going. We certainly hope for extensive participation in these workshops from the boards and commissions, and we'd love to see you all in attendance as well. But it'll be very important to check in and have the council have an opportunity to say, we'd like you to look at this more closely, or did you hear about this concern, and just have an official opportunity for the council to weigh in. And that was one of the recommendations of the Outreach Committee, to bring in these council updates. Also, I wanted to mention that this, either at one of these updates, would probably be the time where we would want to do the opinion poll survey. And again, I think there's been a little bit of discussion about the value of that survey, and my understanding is that the council and people realize that not everyone really comes to these workshops, and to make an effort to get out in the community through a professional opinion polling entity, to outreach to people that we might not have heard from, and a good cross-section of the community. And the Planning Commission discussed that a little bit, and they had ideas about maybe even commuters. They can be an important part of this community in terms of the workforce and spending a lot of time and money in the community, and it's important to them too. Some may have lived here before or hope to live here in the future. So we will return to the council to talk more specifically about that. We don't have that as an action item for today or an extensive discussion, but I did want to mention that it would need to be, we believe, incorporated into this phase 2 process if that's the council direction. Okay, so phase 2, again, is highlighted through these red arrows, and you can see how it's all very much interrelated, leading us to a council direction meeting where we would be initiating the formal comprehensive project description to be evaluated in the environmental impact report. And I have a few more slides on the environmental process, and of course the second item this evening is more detail also on the environmental process. So in the draft policy development phase, we will be producing a policy options report. That report really needs to look at how much development, what kind of range of development and development options will the city want to consider in terms of residential growth, non-residential growth, institutional growth, industrial, and so forth. Looking again not only at housing, but housing, commercial, and all of that together. The policy options should address those questions. Also, where would the development occur? There's been quite a bit of interest about different commercial districts throughout the city. We've looked at the Upper State Street area. There are people in the Coast Village Road that are very interested in how this general plan process will could affect their area. And there's been a lot of recent development on Chapala, and people want to talk about Chapala and the surrounding downtown area. All of this draft policy options should be considered within the context and criteria of the sound community planning principles. And we want to hear from the community. Are these same sound community planning principles that are a major part of the city's general plan and charter today the principles that we want to continue to lead us into the future? And how do these policies measure up against those principles? So we will have workshops where the community weighs in on those very issues, and then based on that, staff will forward to the Planning Commission a recommended set of policy preferences that the Planning Commission will look at through the summer. We expect to have a couple of meetings with the Planning Commission to take in all this information from 2 rounds of workshops and the staff's initial recommendations. It will take the Planning Commission some time to look at all that. And we're very grateful that they've stepped up and taken the role to do that. I do want to mention that when we initiated the Plan Santa Barbara process, it wasn't quite clear how much and when the Planning Commission would be involved. And that has been quite a focus in the last several months. And I'm happy, for one, as the city planner, to see where we are today working very closely together on that. So that will bring to the council a recommendation for direction on proceeding with changes to the city's general plan, defining sustainability and a comprehensive framework for this Plan Santa Barbara update. Again, that was one of the major elements of the reasons behind initiating Plan Santa Barbara. We'll also be underway with a housing element update because of examining the 39,000 as well as the state's housing element mandated updating process. We're finding ourselves in that process right now, concurrent with the Plan Santa Barbara process. And again, the land use element, that's where the non-residential Measure E is embodied in the city's land use element. So we want to be looking to update the land use element in that regard as well as comprehensively. And our map really needs to come into the present age in terms of GIS and that's just technically, but it really needs to be examined carefully for consistency with the policy direction. See that what's mapped matches the goals and intent in the policy documents. Another important part of the Phase 2 process is environmental review. I wanted to mention that we have a separate item today, but it's part of this overall process because we'd like the council to understand how it's an important part and see that it's responsive to what we learn through the community workshops. We are getting started with the environmental review, but that's really on existing condition information. The environmental review process will not be leading these initial stages of the policy development, but be ready to evaluate new policy in terms of how does that, if it's a change from existing policy, what would that new policy direction look like and how would that be different from what we call the no project alternative in CEQA? That's really the current policy framework. And again, at the last City Council Planning Commission meeting in September, that was one of the questions that the group had. How are we going to get our arms around our current policies? What is the someone made a reference to, we'd have stacks and stacks this big. Well, that's one of the really important preliminary steps that we'll be taking in this environmental review process, is laying out what are the effects of continuing our current policy framework. We will begin the CEQA process also with a public process with a notice of preparation and a scoping hearing. Once the City Council gives direction to proceed in looking at these range of policy preferences, we will hold a public scoping meeting on what should be evaluated in terms of impacts in the EIR. And then we will be preparing a draft program EIR for the Plan Santa Barbara project. Okay, that's the focus of the discussion, and this evening we're certainly open to taking questions on any part of the presentation, but that's the Phase 2 where we really are now, and our hope is that the council understands that. You feel that it's well balanced between public involvement, staff preparation of draft reports and recommendations, and planning commissioners in terms of policy and decision makers taking an active role in forming recommendations to the council. The Phase 3 portion of Plan Santa Barbara will continue into the following year with draft reviews of draft documents, ultimately with Planning Commission certifying the EIR and making the formal recommendations to City Council, and then with City Council adoption of that would be a general plan amendment is anticipated, a housing element updated, and a complete update with the land use element, general plan map, and other elements and implementation continuing. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I said one more slide. This is supposed to be the motivating one. We want to say that we all expect to hear more about Plan Santa Barbara. We expect that options will be explored and debated. We think the discussion will intensify, and we want to really encourage everyone to be part of Plan Santa Barbara. That's the boards, commissions, council, and the community.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. I think a lot of us have some questions. Yeah. Do you want to start, Ms. Schneider?
Yeah, just a question, and then I really want to hear from the people here.
Yeah,
but
we've got a bunch of...
Betty, could you talk about the housing element and the required timeline behind the housing element that's mandated by the state, and then how that relates to the land use element? Because there's some timing issues here that we want to make sure we keep in line. Can you expand on that a little bit for me?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Schneider, Mayor Bloom. Questions related to the general plan update, the Plan Santa Barbara and land use element and housing element were also discussed at the Planning Commission. And the housing element has been updated by the City of Santa Barbara on the state mandated cycles. It varies from 5 to now 7 years. And we've always done a very good job with that and been on time and had everything certified. We have not found really the need to update the land use element along with the housing element in each case. Our last housing element update did not require any amendments to the city's general plan and land use element, but prior updates had. And so you do want to look carefully at how the land use element, which is the broad element that looks at all the various land use types, not just housing, but how that is consistent with the housing element. And so that is a required part of updating your housing element in all instances. So where we are with the mandated update is under the program, right now we would be required to submit a certified and with a certified housing element updated by August of next year. And we want to evaluate the city's housing element draft and update in the same EIR as the Plan Santa Barbara EIR, and we really like to have them being done concurrently. The Planning Commission was concerned about having a housing element updated prior to the outcomes of the Plan Santa Barbara process and possible changes to the land use element. So really, we're taking the position that we are doing them concurrently, and by doing them concurrently, we may run into trouble in terms of the August deadline. When you look at the overall process timeframe for updating or the general plan and Plan Santa Barbara and our EIR, we expect that to run past August of next year. So our view is that it's very important to get started with our EIR now. We're also, that's another reason why we're very supportive of the Planning Commission saying, let's get to these workshops, let's get to the key development issues and options so that we can move the process along in a timely way. And I don't expect that we'll be very late in submitting a final housing element to the state, but it's being done concurrent, and I expect that we'll go a little bit past the August timeframe.
If it goes a little bit past, do we get a sort of, you're working in good faith and no penalties, or are there penalties? I mean, what...
Yeah,
what does it mean, I guess, trying to look ahead? Because this is the only, right, this is the only state mandated element out of all the elements. Is that correct?
Yes and no. Yes,
okay.
People often
we
say
have
that's
a general plan, but
yes.
In terms of updating it every 7 years or something.
The housing element is the one that's required to be updated, but again, any time that you update an element of the general plan, you are to do an assessment of its consistency throughout the general plan. And also, as I mentioned earlier, there's a whole body of state law and guidelines in terms of what needs to be addressed. And at the state level, they're getting tougher about how consistent is your housing element with, say, your safety element. Mm-hmm. And if you have an out-of-date safety element, then there can be a concern. So again, our approach of looking at these things comprehensively, I think, will be well received by the state. At the Planning Commission meeting, they said, what happens if you don't have a certified housing element? There are many communities that don't, even in our immediate area. And that hasn't necessarily caused a problem. If we're making good progress and projects can still be approved under the current housing element and general plan, they can still be appealed and debated on their merits, and we're doing good policy deliberation under our current general plan, I think we'll be fine. And the city attorney may want to weigh in. Scott Vincent did weigh in. Similarly, I don't think that there is a big risk. We will have submitted drafts to HCD, Housing and Community Development at the state. We have a good record with them. I don't really see that as a significant problem. It's something to be aware of. It is helping drive this overall process. And Mr. Ledbetter wants to add something.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilwoman Schneider, I might just add, during the last time we updated our housing element, indeed, as Ms. Weiss stated, the HCD staff did do a couple of reviews, draft reviews in the process, And it took 2 years, but the last year was after the city council had already adopted it, and they were asking for new specific information, like they really wanted this appendix attached of opportunity sites. And it was a back and forth between the staff. We had basically finished all of our work, it had been adopted, and it was really just this review time with HCD. So they're fully aware of where you are in the process, and we fully expect they'll understand that why we're late and at what stage we are, and we don't anticipate that that's going to raise any big red flags.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple things, just that the professional survey, I'm glad we're thinking about doing that. It seems like a really good idea, and SB-CAG just had one done having to do with Measure D, which will now be Measure something else, but A, we think it's A. But anyway, it was a good survey. I was very impressed with the people that wrote it, and it was very professionally done. Now, I just throw that out there because I think if we're going to undertake a survey, we have to do it well, as we do everything else. So I'm throwing that out there. And then the other thing is, I'm really glad that we're looking at, I'm glad that the Planning Commission stepped up to the plate, and I'm going to ask if either the Planning Commissioners want to speak, but I also think that we need to have council check-in, so I'm glad to see that you added that, because, you're going to have a special Planning Commission workshop. I hope that all of us attend or watch it on television, all of us up here, because we're the ones that were elected to make decisions, and not that the Planning Commission doesn't make good decisions, they do. But a lot of people don't know the planning commissioners like they know us and hold our feet to the fire, which they do all the time. So I think it's a good idea to be checking in and seeing if we're heading in the right direction, and make sure that all the planning commission meetings are on our calendars, as well as the planning commissioners know when we're meeting too, because we're kind of working together on this, which I think is a very good thing. I'm glad they stepped up to the plate. I'm going to ask if either Mr. Justice or Mr. Thompson want to come up and speak, and Mr. House, while you're walking up here.
Okay, I just have two things. One, I know that out of the Planning Commission meeting, the most recent one, there were some focused workshops that were dropped, and you mentioned that earlier. Would you just, this is the first of two questions, but would you first address that, and what, either what was lost or gained by making by that decision in response to the Planning Commission's comments?
The three topical areas that we have for some time been looking at to have special community discussions about were, well, actually it ended up being 4, because the healthy community ones was added, and that's the one that happened. One was on economics. Again, in considering what range of development and growth and future community needs that the council would want to look at in a general plan update, having a step back and what is the basis of our economy now, what trends do we see in the state and the nation that we should be thinking futuristically about as well. And we did a economic forum in the last general plan update in the late 80s. So one idea was to bring back some of the people from that earlier discussion and say, well, what did you say then, and what's turned out now, and what do we think for the future around economic issues. I can tell you that in the round 1 workshops, we asked people about economic issues in terms of the community. We did not get a lot of feedback. It's not a subject that just a cross-section of the community will rattle off a lot of information, and so we thought a focused session where we would have invited folks would come in. Now, in terms of economic analysis of the impacts of the range of policy options, we still intend on doing that as part of this Plan Santa Barbara process. The consultant team we have led by MIG includes a well-known, well-experienced economist from the Berkeley area that's worked with many communities in the planning process. And so she will be working with us, as well as in the environmental review process we'll be looking at some economic effects. So we're still going to study the economic effects, we're just not going to do it in this initial forum idea we had. Another area that we had looked at doing a focused discussion on is transportation issues, and Mr. Dayton spent some time explaining to the Planning Commission what might be involved in a special work session on transportation issues, and again, really looking at how the city's circulation element now sets a vision and a path for the community, and what kind of things have maybe changed since we've done that element. We have a really good group of folks included in the EIR contract for your next item today, working with the city on transportation issues. And we, again, expect, even though we wouldn't be having an early forum with the community on transportation, we do think that through the development of policy options and draft policy changes and the EIR to be other opportunities to look into transportation issues as well. And then the third was a sustainability workshop where we had begun discussions with a number of community groups in the community to hold a Saturday afternoon session where we'd hear from people in the community what policy directions they think the city should embrace in terms of sustainability. And again, we hope to hear from the community and pose questions on all of, well, not so much economics, but certainly on the sustainability and transportation issues when we hold these two workshops. So those issues are integral in the overall growth and future planning issues for the community. So they're being folded in, and they were always going to be a part of the major discussions planned anyway. So rather than have preliminary individual discussions, it'll be part of the whole. Mm-hmm. And so what is gained, I think, is certainly time. There was quite a bit of concern about how all of those things would come off and hold community workshops and get a planning commission recommendation, get back to the city council by fall of this year. That did not seem achievable. So we're working hard with the Planning Commission and our consultants to be sure that all these interrelated issues are embodied in the workshop and policy development work that we are doing.
Yeah, and they don't, these three that you just mentioned, and the fourth being health, but these three, economics, I mean, these are not, these really are not small things. These are, economics is a great driver for development. I mean, the newspaper had the title in one of the articles, this is about the general development plan of Santa Barbara. I mean, but it's not really about development as much as it is about a whole lot of other stuff that gives rise to development. So it'd be very interesting to see how you can get these things back included here. It's not time for comment, but I just noticed that. The second question I have for you is about the environmental impact report, which is sort of the next part of our conversation tonight. But Assembly Bill number 32, I brought a copy here with me, and then I managed to bring from the Attorney General's office many, many pages of what is now considered to be, if not essential, certainly things to be considered in general plan updates. And there's been even enforcement actions from the Attorney General's office in at least 3 communities in California. And we sort of touch on it when we talk about sustainability. But they seem to take this global, this warming, kind of thing pretty seriously. Is that where does that show up in at least this phase 2 part that leads us into? I mean, where does that come up during our conversation?
Councilmember House, in the 2 areas that you indicated, most definitely we think that the city, in terms of like the recently adopted energy ordinance and different policies of looking at where and what type of development would occur, water quality and water supply management, and all of the key planning principles that we'll be examining in terms of our general plan will be evaluated in the EIR in terms of their effects on global warming. And so we are, first of all, looking at those issues in terms of how does the city want to move forward. Again, looking at the Sustainable Santa Barbara plan. The city is a leader in trying to have a lesser impact on the earth in terms of negative effects. So the policies that the council wants to adopt will be evaluated for their effects. And we're anticipating that we're going in the right direction, but all the same, I've received the same letter from the Attorney General advising me on this. And in working with our EIR consultants, we have scoped it into the work of the EIR, where we will have specific sections, assessment of impacts in terms of air quality, and such. And
Good.
we
And
plan to
my
have
question goes, Betty, to the other side of the equation. That is, to what degree during this year of Phase 2 do we intentionally address those issues so they're in the plan to be evaluated later? And that includes, for instance, some of the things that you had in mind for the workshops, economics, transportation, jobs, housing and balance, and the who knows, commuter rail, who knows what. Sustainability, yes, seems to lean in this direction. So is that going to be driven up, if you will, out of the conversations through questions staff asks of people, or through the way that these different work efforts in the process are designed? I mean, how do we generate the material to have a general plan that includes these things? Because we've heard people's concerns in Phase 1, right? Concerns and hopes. And we have a long list, and now divided into columns. We have these different areas of concern. But that's not quite the same as getting generative in these areas looking to the future.
Right. We have looked at other communities, and there are other leaders in the state and other states that have adopted policies and goals in terms of sustainability. We have a very active groups in the community that have already submitted, as part of Phase 1, their platform and ideas. So staff and the Planning Commission are going to be turning those around into policy options and ideas for the community. So there really is a good wealth of information that we will be turning around into the community in the draft policy options report and workshop on sustainable
So that's
issues.
the first place for us to look, is that report.
Yes.
In the early phases, and in a sense, when we get a chance to review it, we'll be having a chance to look and see if it really is as comprehensive as it needs to be.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Ledbetter?
Yes, Mayor and Councilperson House. I would also just add that the sound community planning principles, which reflect directly the council goals that were established to help guide this process, speak directly to sustainability. And those principles are really the context in which we're looking at these alternative growth scenarios and policy options. So they will be analyzed in a very explicit way that will drive them up, as you said, into the public discussion, and hence into the environmental process to be analyzed.
I did note that in the Planning Commission meeting, they were asking about what those were, or something like that. They were kind of referring to them and so on. I really think it's important to get the council goals, and I know they're out there, and the sound community planning principles to have those out there so that people can talk about them and refer to them and so on, and give us feedback on them. So let's have Mr. Justice, do you want to speak? And Mr. Thompson, going seniority here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm John Justice, Planning Commissioner and member of the General Plan Subcommittee. And I'd like to start out by offering a note of appreciation to staff on the progress that's been made in the past 4 months. They have a very, very difficult job. They're expected to do miracles. They're expected to be perfect and do so with not a lot of resources. And I think Ms. Weiss and her staff have really begun to turn this process around. And I hope you interpret my comments and my constructive criticisms in that light. Because I think one of the things that we all share is the intention of really making this a good planning process that results in things that the community can believe in and that we can carry forward into its implementation well beyond the time when you were sitting as council members and mayors into the future that we cannot yet predict. 3 things: the land use element, sound community planning principles, and responsiveness to the concerns that the Planning Commission has had over the timeliness of this process are the things that staff has made significant progress on. I've been asking for the land use element update to be a part of this process since Mr. House and I were sitting in the Cabrillo Pavilion down here on the beach having our joint session. I've been talking about sound community planning principles being articulated so that everybody understands what the measuring sticks are that we use to balance growth and development, conservation and preservation in this city. And Ms. Weiss's presentation tonight, hitting those 6 or 7 principles, was the first time I've seen a well-articulated sense of what those really are. And I've looked long and hard and far and wide, and this is the first time I've seen it, and staff is to be congratulated by that. The Planning Commission has been frustrated by how much time it takes to get to this point. And staff has had to deal with a lot of difficulties with changes in staff, a whole variety of things, and I think putting together a good general plan element, I've got to liken this to one of my favorite pastimes, which is fly fishing. And catching fish is a combination of skill, of attitude, and of just pure luck. You know, and there is a little bit of luck and skill and attitude involved in this process. And when you're dealing with everybody wanting you to do a perfect job, when you basically can do the best you can do and no more, it makes it a really hard job. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that staff is doing a very good job, but that there are also people in the room who want to do things a little smarter and a little better. And that's where my comments are coming from. This process has been telescoped, but it's still stretched out, I believe, too long. And I think we can still make some more progress if we can get the policy preferences piece and the policy options piece to come into the public arena more quickly. We put together I put together a restructuring of this planning process, which staff looked long and hard and squinted at and said, can we do this? No, we can't do this part. Yes, we can. And I think between Mr. Thompson, Mr. Myers, and myself, we've really helped staff to restructure this process to work a lot better than it did 3 or 4 months ago. The EIR process, and that's a separate item here, but I'm going to comment on it because I only have one comment. I think it is coming in very expensive. And as you look at the proportion of resources dedicated to the EIR versus the planning process, it's a big ticket item. So I think what we have to do is a couple of things. I think we want to use this development trends workshop to explore, and the development trends workshop is really where the rubber hits the road. I think this is a very thoughtful way of talking about how much development could take place under the next increment of growth under our existing general plan, where it goes, when it happens, what impacts it causes, and what do we want to do about it. And if we can answer those questions in a community conversation at these workshops, we will have really done our job. And then it comes to taking these workshops and trying to discern from the community how they think development and conservation and the Housing Density Conservation Balancing Act needs to be prioritized if in fact we're going to run out of resources, if we're going to overdraw our checking account with the current build out of the general plan. What are we going to do about it? And that is a very hard discussion for the community to have, because there are seemingly mutually exclusive approaches to dealing with that. And the Planning Commission is going to try to help you grapple with that as best as we can, but the ultimate decision lies on your shoulders and not ours. And I wish you good luck in making those difficult choices. But they have to be made, and they have to be made sooner than later. The second thing is to follow up the development trends workshops with some neighborhood meetings to flush out what the neighborhood potentials are, given the context of the current build-out of the city. What do people think their neighborhoods can be? And then feed that into this policy preferences piece, and feed it into this land use map that Ms. Weiss has indicated is going to be a part of the core piece of the land use update. I think we're really getting into some substance here, and that's going to be where we can benefit from the values, and the sensitivities and the understanding that people in this community have about their neighborhoods. They know it better than we do because they live there every day. And when I asked for reappointment, I said, great cities are made up of great neighborhoods, and I believe that to this day, and we have to leverage that concept in engaging the community. The third piece is to develop the overlays and the graphics that Ms. Weiss referred to in the same manner that was done with the Outer State Street study. We took this general plan process and we took it on a sidetrack for 9 months or so, and we lost time. And I acknowledge that really put us behind by a certain amount of time. But now we can use that process and the outcomes it generated to accelerate this process and not reinvent the wheel. We know it has worked. We know we got good outcomes out of that. And so let's make use of that. The fourth thing is to be prescriptive and don't equivocate. I think the responsibility of the Planning Commission, and even more so the City Council, is to lead. And that means articulating a perspective on how things should happen. And I think that can help gel the community about what's the best and how it can be integrated into this general plan update. The next to the last thing is to really insist on performance and milestones from the Planning Commission as much as from City Council. One of the things that's happened in the past 3 or 4 months is the Planning Commission and the city staff have really come together as a team. We still have our minor skirmishes about how to do things, but we really see this as a joint effort that we can really collaborate on. And we need to hear from you when we need to be performing and what we need to be providing to make this process accelerate into the future. And the last thing relates to this EIR piece. And as somebody who has written many dozens of EIRs and run a business doing just that, I can tell you that the longer you spend on EIR preparation, the more it's going to cost. So if there is a way to segment this process so that you take the same milestones that you might expect of city staff or the Planning Commission and apply those to the consultants you hire, you can be able to, I think, get more performance and competent feedback that really works for this process than just looking at a 5-page outline of table of contents and saying, do all of this. Because doing all of this costs a lot of resources. And you may not need to do all of that. You may be able to leverage the community's feedback into your public participation process to understand what really matters and then focus that EIR on addressing those issues and not waste the resources on talking about things that don't matter. And so with those, I'm really glad we're here at this point. I think we've made considerable progress. I think staff's been very responsive to the concerns that the Planning Commission and the subcommittee has voiced, and they're really starting to make this happen. So I'm going to continue to work as hard as I can to help collaborate on this. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Addison Thompson. I'm also on the subcommittee with John and George Myers. I'm not going to go back and repeat what John said. I'm going to say a little bit about how we got to where we are in the Planning Commission staff working on this, and how the subcommittee came into being. And I want to echo what John said, that the staff has been very cooperative in working with us, and we have been working together very well. The chart you see on the wall there looks quite a bit different than the chart that we saw in December at a Planning Commission meeting. We had been pressing staff for some time to get more information, more status on what's going on with the general plan update. And in December, a status meeting was scheduled. In fact, we were even talking about delaying it until January, and we said, no, we want to get it going. We need to get going. And that meeting occurred in December. Some refer to it as the 5-hour meeting. At that meeting was where the idea of a subcommittee to work directly with staff came about. And we have had several meetings with staff, and the timeline you see on the wall is a product of that. And true, it's been compressed quite a bit, but what we were focusing on with staff was the critical path to get to the end point. And there was a lot of other stuff on there that we felt like if we continue to go out to the community and ask general questions, we're going to continue to get general answers. And it was more important to get to a couple of draft options to get some focused discussion with the members of the community. So Ms. Weiss was very kind when you asked, where did some of those workshops go? She could have said that we made them do it. and that would have been true, because we've been putting a lot of pressure on the staff to keep the schedule going and to try to reach the end point. And I think that so far it's been productive, and we're going to continue to work together. And I think it's become a good team with staff and the Planning Commission, rather than staff feeling that they have to do it all on their own. And we just sit there and watch and throw stones. We said we want to get in there with our sleeves rolled up and work with you. And that's the attitude that we all have had here. And I think it will have a lot of benefit as we go through this next phase of the general plan process. So we're here to answer any questions if anybody has about that process and where we see the process going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have some questions? I've got about, I think, 8 people from the community that want to speak. Do you want to ask your question first, Mr. Williams, and then Ms. Falcone?
To one of Mr. Justice's earlier points, what's ever become of the community request to have a series of neighborhood meetings in addition to the ones we have been planning?
Sweet.
Well, just like the idea of specific forums preceding these discussions on trends and options, we did not feel that we could incorporate a new forum. As it was, we had been looking at three ideas for some time, so we didn't see that really fitting in with this idea of what we would be achieving in the next 4 to 5 months. So staff felt that a specific neighborhood forum was not really a fit with the new adjusted process. Hearing from Mr. Justice tonight a mention of input from neighborhoods, we hadn't discussed that before, so I'm not quite sure what the idea is on how that would fit right in here, but I certainly agree that this city, one of the reasons it's so wonderful is all the neighborhoods. And one of the things that staff has been saying, and I think will show in the Development Trends Workshop, is I think it'll be really important for people to realize where there's the potential for change and where there is not. And many of the neighborhoods in the community are well established. Many are single-family neighborhoods where we've just updated the neighborhood preservation ordinance. So I don't think we need to spend a lot of time in getting to the heart of the key issues. We don't need to necessarily evaluate the San Roque neighborhood or San Mercant per se, but all the neighborhoods feed together and make a whole of community. So I don't want people to have the idea that we don't see how they're all interconnected and that we need to outreach to the community. If we're ending up with an updated land use element, and you read our land use element, it's all about the neighborhood discussions. And I think that we must update those neighborhood discussions. It's a matter of when and how. If we do that now, sooner, then this will take a little bit more time. I don't, this was my conversation with the Planning Commission for the 3 meetings. Okay, if you want to add something, you know, then you push these little icons apart.
Right.
Because, they'll take some time. But we think that getting community discussions about neighborhoods will probably fit better as we are actually looking at the land use element itself and looking on how that would be updated, and that would be occurring more into the phase 3 timeframe. So that's where we think more neighborhood discussion would be, and we would start with the neighborhoods most likely to be involved in change and not go and start with the neighborhoods that are more stable, and we've talked quite a bit about in say, the neighborhood preservation ordinance update. Okay.
Second question is just...
Well, let Mr. Williams do it, and then you can ask. Go ahead.
After staff answers the second question, then Mr. Jostlin, why don't you answer what you meant by neighborhood meetings too? My second question was just in reference to Mr. Thompson's comments of policy options. How many scenarios is staff considering outlining for the community and PC and the council for weighing against each other?
Mm-hmm.
I for one would hate to see, Plan A or Plan B, which, such a binary choice would probably be inherently false, a false choice. So, what? Of course, lots of options means a lot of work. So, what are you looking at?
Well, I think that a number of policy or goals and policy and ideas would fit across any number of growth scenario options. Again, some things, the way this community wants to continue its life, are going to be the same no matter what. For example, the unique character of the community, the appropriate sense of scale and architectural design, the trees in our community, open space, those are all going to need to fit in any particular option, and I think would be policies that cut across the board. In terms of the bigger questions of amount and range of development, I think it will be a fairly small range. One will be continuing to look at the existing capacities and what's allowed under existing policies and zoning. Another is to look at, in terms of Measure E and non-residential development, how much is remaining from the program that's been underway, and bumping up one category here or there just to accommodate what would be anticipated in the next 20 years, having a good supply of small additions, a good supply of community priority. Staff is not really considering anything particularly radical. I mean, again, based on what we heard from the community and developers that I've talked to, no one is really asking for a major growth scenario. No one. So we're evaluating the current policy and adjustments here and there. The development potential for residential in the downtown is greater than what was assessed in earlier housing elements. So we have to look at a greater range of development potential for residential beyond the 40,005. We're also in the RENA process where we may end up with a number that is greater than our current housing element anticipates. So there'll be a range. We talked with the Planning Commission about not landing on a number, but looking at a range of residential development and then adjusting Measure E slightly to carry it into the future, and with questions of whether or not it should be less. We've heard you specifically, Councilmember Williams, say should...
That was my second question.
Okay, well, we heard you.
Will we analyze whether a negative growth scenario for commercial?
Yes, and we've heard that expressed by you specifically, and again, we think that we should consider within a close, reasonable range what this council may want to decide, not a far-reaching range that no one is interested, and put it on the table to attract. There won't be anything like that. We have an interest in bringing people to the table, and are these the real questions we need to ask, and does this look like the plan for the next 20 years and beyond? And being responsive, again, to what we've heard, it will be a fairly close range of things.
Okay, thank you.
But
go
then Mr. Justice's
Oh, yeah.
answer to the
Mr.
question.
Justice.
I just want to make one point of clarification. Regarding these, I'm not talking about big neighborhood forums. I'm thinking if at a development trend workshop, you have a dozen people from the Mesa neighborhood start talking about connectivity and 225 relinquishment and the need for safe routes to the commercial areas from the residential areas, that might be something that you want to be opportunistic about and make a call to the Mesa Association or some of the organizing groups in that area to say, we heard what you were talking about, and we'd like to discuss that more. Are you interested in, could you invite us to a meeting where we talked about this?
Sure.
So it's a very informal, fluid, easygoing as opposed to formalized, facilitated, big deal. And I think those little strategic meetings are going to really help bring the fingerprints of the community onto the plan.
Sure, and a lot of us on the council spend a lot of time going to Riviera associations, going to various associations, and we need to be asking them some good questions, but we do spend that time, so that's good. Ms. Falcone, did you have a question? And then I have these people who
I
want
do.
to
I
speak.
have a couple of things. Thank you. As far as the neighborhood issue is concerned, what Mr. Justice was saying is something I'd like to echo. I think that if the trends document is really doing its job, then it wouldn't be, I mean, that will be specific to each neighborhood in that you can analyze it from the whole. So with that document and then with the special PC workshop, I think that somewhere prior to the big trends workshop, where you get all sorts of people talking about the global issues, that somewhere in here, somewhere in this time frame, that there's an opportunity to have folks from the neighborhoods, maybe not even in a workshop setting or a formal, they come down or they go to some area, but maybe to send in things like Allied has already sent in, like CPA has already sent in their visions for the future, but you do it from a neighborhood perspective. And there are enough neighborhood associations that it probably would be not as much of a logistical difficulty as setting up a whole bunch of little neighborhood workshops. But getting some feedback from the neighborhoods, I think, is absolutely critical in this early stage of the trends and where they're going and how each neighborhood sees those trends going. I think that'll serve us well going into the future. The other thing is the piece that has to do with the economy. And when we had the workshops a year and a half ago, whatever that was, the economy was not on the front burner. And in that Measure E is going to sunset, and in that there are many folks who believe that a thriving economy makes a healthy city, along with the type of people who work here. After all, if there are no jobs, then there are no, there's no reason to be here. But also the jobs, housing, and balance is going to be on the front burner of what SBCAG does with our RETA numbers. And they're taking that focus much more than they were last time. So they're going to be looking at places where the jobs, housing, and balance is quite prominent. And they're going to be making some very significant decisions based on that situation. So I don't think that the one section here, and as Ms. Weiss said, that the Measure E provisions, it's in your outline 3.5. It seems to me like the only place that I can see so far, except for the occasional conversation about it, that it's really, really focused on. And I think that we need to be very careful about what we do with Measure E, and I hear what you're saying about not wanting to have a specific special session on something like that, but I think it deserves more prominence than I heard just at this moment in time. Maybe I'm wrong, and you were planning on making it a lot more prominent, but, you know, as we're going through this, those are the two things that occurred to me right now. I realize they weren't exactly questions, but they could have been phrased as questions if I wanted them to be.
Okay, we have some speakers. Naomi Kovacs of Citizens Planning Association, followed by Kathy McCammon of League of Women Voters. Oh, Kathy's there.
Good evening now, council members. I'm spending the day with you today. Again, I'm Naomi Kovacs, Executive Director of the Citizens Planning Association, and I was hoping to have a second speaker to share what we have with you today, but I am one person, so if you'll give me the ability to speak a little longer, I'd appreciate that. Excuse me. CPA South Coast Land Use Committee would like to address concerns recently raised in the community about the Plan Santa Barbara process. First off, we're very pleased about and welcome most of the changes that have been proposed to the original schedule of events, since a number of community residents actually have been perceiving the process as falling short of the city's original goals. Given the tremendous investment of community resources in the general plan revision process and the importance of the issues addressed, we believe that it'd be best to engage in a constructive effort at this time to identify the specific nature of those concerns and to improve and expedite our general plan update process. The title of the city's general plan website, UPlan SB, certainly gets things started on the right foot because it points towards a citizen-driven planning process. Unfortunately, many in the community haven't perceived the city as implementing this type of process. It's reported that staff has reinterpreted public comments or effectively rejected public comment, and some have a perception that staff has an agenda and is manipulating the planning process. So we have some suggestions on what the city can do to regenerate the public trust and confidence in the general plan process. Recruit talent in the community to solicit the ongoing participation of our best and brightest, even beyond the already existing framework of overworked committees, boards, and commissions. We aren't suggesting that these people be used as a public relations tool, but rather we ask that the city invite the talent from all disciplines and walks of life to become an integral part of an inspired planning process. Stop filtering community input through consultant summaries. Instead, promptly post brief submissions to UPlan SB as submitted onto the UPlan SB website. Conduct a community survey, as Betty talked about, done by a professional impartial consultant. CPA and Allied both did their own surveys, and we had really interesting responses, a lot of good input, and really good response. So a larger community survey would be an excellent tool for this process. Set goals for the planning process. To our knowledge, there has been no public goal-setting process. There's considerable doubt and suspicion in the community about the agenda that's driving this process. So public goal setting would do a great distance towards reassuring people about the integrity of the process. Host one or more public roundtable discussions with the Planning Commission's General Plan Subcommittee and relevant staff before finalizing the details of the present mid-course correction in the General Plan update process, or at least before the April Development Trends work session. Be responsive to community input. Public participation implies that the city should do more than simply make a list of public comments and evaluate them. Rather, it's essential that there be an ongoing dialogue. This dialogue should not start after the course has been set in stone. The front end of the process should be loaded with debate. Staff and consultants should be outlining options with possible alternatives for consideration by the public. At this juncture, staff appears to have no questions for the community. Have we actually been that clear? Is our vision that achievable? Have all the tools and options available been fully disclosed to us? Are the conflicts resolved? The danger of suffocating the community vision during the translation process is a persistent concern. The solution, in our view, is ongoing dialogue. make the general plan enforceable. Many assume that whatever the plan becomes, it'll control development over the years to come. Yet in charter law cities, the general plan doesn't become binding automatically. We must take steps to ensure the integrity of the plan and bring our zoning ordinances into compliance with it. And finally, be timely in adopting the general plan. Another widespread concern is the danger of an onslaught of projects in the months preceding adoption of the general plan which don't fit within the new plan. The general plan process has been moving slowly. In our view, staff must address this issue and do so in a manner that prevents a rush of inappropriate projects coming in under the wire. To conclude, it's necessary to take affirmative steps at this time to ensure the integrity and value of the public process. We believe that our suggestions can proceed simultaneously and won't necessarily delay the process, and if it does, not significantly so. And we look forward to working with you further throughout this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kathy McCammon? Yes.
Naomi, can I ask you a question?
Ms. Schneider has a question for you.
Yes. Looking at the timelines here, are you suggesting to make changes? Because it sounds like I'm hearing you say the timeliness of it is important and you like some of the changes you've seen to date, but is there something specific that you think is missing, or is it more of how the information is being received from the community into staff onto the website and back out to the community? Is that more
I think it's a combination.
Okay.
If you want an example of one of the steps that we've talked about, and I mentioned tonight, we see the 2 workshops, exactly. So we're looking at those in April sometime as the target date. Perhaps we can have, a community work session with the subcommittee of the Planning Commission before that to actually talk about shaping that.
Okay,
thank you. That's something that can be added. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCammon, followed by Scott Wins.
Yes, I'm Kathy McCammon, and I'm here for the League of Women Voters. The League was very pleased when the Planning Commission decided to take a lead in reformatting some of the schedule, because we too felt that we were not getting to the important issues in a timely fashion, and we felt these issues needed public discussion. However, it's becoming more and more clear that that is where we part company. After reviewing the staff report, looking at the new schedule, there is still not adequate time for the public to discuss what we perceive to be the main issues: growth, traffic congestion, housing, and living within our resources. We were concerned there were only a couple of months before, and now with the new schedule, there's still only a couple of months. There were things that had been discussed and we had been told would be discussed as part of the general plan update. For example, the impacts of mixed use. When exactly are things like this going to be discussed? Because if you get into mixed use, this involves housing, it involves commercial, it actually can involve transfer of development credits, it can involve a whole host of things. And if people don't even know what you're talking about to start with, and it's not explained to them, then they really can't take part in a discussion of it. We believe the public is going to get shortchanged with the new rush to get everything done quickly and put together. We think this is way too much for the public to absorb and become knowledgeable about. We took part in the housing element discussions that were done the last time that the city did an update of the housing element. The RHNA numbers at that point were 2 times as great as they're projected, as they are going to be now. I mean, we know what the county, or SBCAG rather, has said are the numbers, and what we have is half the numbers. At that time, there were no general plan amendments necessary. But yet, there were hearings on the housing element. There were separate hearings on every chapter of the document. And then as the end result, there was nothing but a negative declaration. So what is so different now that we feel we need to sort of smush everything together? We're very concerned that what was supposed to be the environmental review on the important work of the general plan, that That's where the emphasis needs to be, on the general plan and the EIR on that. And saying suddenly all this work has to be smushed so we can get this housing element just doesn't really make sense to us. I guess the only way to put it. We were told at the Planning Commission Development Trends Work Session that there will be a presentation of data on development trends. And as Mayor Bloom mentioned, we asked about sound community planning principles, and what did this mean? Well, it's interesting that tonight we saw a little more of what it means, just a tiny bit. And yet the reason this is so important is because it really forms the basis for how you're going to look at trends. That if you, almost every planning thing you read says these are the sound community planning principles. This can mean anything from smart growth principles to Awani principles to all different formulations of principles. And we still see this in capital letters, and we still don't know what it means. We think we want to make sure the public is given lots of options and the objective information in order to address those options and to be able to discuss what should be, how the city should grow. So we're concerned about that. We're skeptical about how the draft policy preferences from the workshops will form the basis for environmental review of the general plan amendment, the housing element update, the land use element update, and the update of Measure E. Why does a project description for this EIR have to include all those things when the public really felt we were going to talk about Plan Santa Barbara, and as was said before, it was going to be a citizens-generated based plan? We hope that you will seriously address our questions and concerns, and hope that you will take a leadership role in giving the public more time to participate in these important matters. I hope you will indulge me as have been the co-president of the Mesa Association and on the Allied Board. I can't help but kind of get shocked at what I heard tonight regarding neighborhood issues, and then also specifically the Mesa. I've heard many complaints about what happens in the city is negatively affecting us, that there's too much traffic on Las Positas and too much traffic on Carrillo. Then tonight suddenly I hear that people want to flush out what the potential is, almost like they want to add more to the Mesa. And this idea of connectivity and relinquishment of cliff, I have a feeling that between all the groups on the Mesa, there are some very divergent views. And I think this is the problem we're seeing overall in the planning process. And what has made staff's job so hard with the general plan is that you have a number of very diametrically opposed views. And unless we can ever have time to talk about things by topic and really have a dialogue and discussion, you are going to still have very divergent views, and we will never have time to see if there are common ideas or common principles or things we get along with, because what we get are little short segments of people, and you see the things that are very opposite. So I hope you will, I hate to say relook at this, think about it. I hope you will ask some of us to maybe participate more in what could be a positive schedule that would address people's different needs with the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Wentz, who represents Cars Are Basic, and Joe Ruchon then will be next.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. you kind of heard it a little bit before I came up here. I think you should be very cognizant of the fact that the people don't believe that this process that's going on is anything but a train wreck ready to happen, and that there's nobody behind in the engine, and that the city has made up its mind that it's going to do what it's going to do regardless of what the people want. We also believe that you have the cart before the horse, and that transportation is the absolute key. And as we have presented to the council approximately 6 years ago, the issue of smart growth and the failure of smart growth in communities like this. This is a dynamic community. The south coast of the Santa Barbara County is a dynamic community. As a result, you can see what's going to happen when you start narrowing streets down and putting obstructions in the streets that then cause problems for traffic. The traffic circulation element, as far as this organization is concerned, is a terrible element, because it has pushed forth alternative transportation as being the save-all of transportation in this area, and it hasn't worked. Just flat hasn't worked. Milpas Roundabout. Rating of 1 on per miles driven per accidents. The bicycle count numbers are down, as was presented by the former redevelopment agency director before the Planning Commission in January. You have multitudes of problems going on here. You have a Class A rated intersection at State and Delavina, and staff says we're going to change it regardless of the fact that it's working and working quite well. Now, there's another issue that was brought up, and you'll see that our position statement here has to do with Plan Santa Barbara in general. Then there's a follow-up letter here that has to do with health issues that were supposedly brought up about this new planning process of high-density infill. I have been an exercise physiologist for over 30 years. I attend the American College of Sports Medicine meeting every year. I attend the Southwest District meeting every year. In the last 4 years, at each meeting, there have been presentations by these groups talking about the supposed health benefits, and guess what? They don't prove out. And they have been absolutely decimated when they bring up their issues before these exercise physiologists and MDs. Just, it doesn't work. So you have a lot of things to look at. You better be listening to the public, because the public is very angry about what's going on. And when you have mitigation for environmental impacts buried after 15 pages of this staff report, when it should be transportation up front and fix the transportation issues before you even start any of the rest of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Ruchon will be followed by Gil Berry, and then our last speaker will be Jim Westby.
Good evening. I want to speak on behalf of the hundreds of people who showed up for these outreach meetings for Plan Santa Barbara, who showed up on the promise that of the program of Plan Santa Barbara, that promise being a comprehensive undertaking to develop a blueprint for the city for the next 30 years. Since then, which was about 8 months ago, this process has been so badly neglected that the Planning Commission had to step in and try to salvage some parts of it, describing their rescue attempts as a triage. A triage, those are Bendy White's words. We're supposed to be one of the premier planning cities in the United States, and yet we've allowed our general plan update that you so generously funded to the tune of $2.2 million to turn into a triage situation. Now that staff proposes to commit the majority of what's left of the budget for this thing to an EIR contract. Now, CEQA and the EIR, to my understanding anyway, is something that's supposed to illuminate, to enlighten the process, that's supposed to provide an environmental consciousness. It's not supposed to dominate or act as a surrogate for the process. Doing studies that we, as a community, as a local entity, should be doing on our own. Will it in fact play out this way? Betty and I would probably argue about that. But I would suggest, follow the money with the allocation of the resources indicates that that may very well be the case. Now, I didn't come here to blame you folks for this situation. It's obviously an administrative problem. But we look to you, and not the Planning Commission. We like you guys. We don't like those guys. We're coming to you for the fix. We want you to put Plan Santa Barbara back on the tracks according to its original promise as a comprehensive undertaking, so it can fulfill its original promise and those original goals which you people set down at the outset. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I've got a question for Joe.
Okay.
Sure.
Joe, it's okay. I know you were busy today with other things. But I've heard this, and I'm hearing from planning commissioners and from CPA that there's some urgency to conclude the process. I'm hearing from various neighborhood associations that we need to extend the process, slow down, and maybe I would just love to know the specifics of what we need to add. And, I'm hearing polling. I think I know where that should be, and I think there's support probably here for that to happen. I'm hearing some neighborhood outreach meetings as part of the housing element process. That's doable. I think staff can implement it. We can do it. What else to make us deliver on the promise of a comprehensive process?
Well, I don't want to stand here and try to propose specific measures, implementing devices. I just want to make sure that you go back and look over what the promise is, what we're supposed to be included in this comprehensive undertaking. Your goals that you laid down, living within our resources, transportation and circulation, economy, regional thinking, unique community character and desirability, services and facilities, public involvement in planning and government, sustainability. Then the public forums added a bunch of things, historic preservation, air quality, analysis of all the existing general plan elements for compatibility and possible conflicts and competition. Sense of community was one of these big phrases that came out of the public forums. Neighborhoods, we talked about neighborhoods. How about going through the old 1964 analyses that's in the existing land use element that describes each neighborhood and predicted trends, still based on 1964, and they're in the general plan, and these provide the basis for the zoning of the neighborhoods today. I mean, this deserves an examination. How to respect and protect the integrity of neighborhoods. That's a neighborhood concern that we were hoping would be addressed in one of these, the forum we proposed, thinking that these forums, as they put in here, were supposed to be community enlightening devices to broaden the consciousness level as we approach this plan, and they've all been stripped out of here. That doesn't answer your question about specific things I want to put in this plan. I mean, we just want to sit down for a few hours. Sometime we could discuss that. But I think you get my drift.
Yeah, we don't, and I didn't mean to necessarily put you on the spot and have you answer it all right now. I mean, restoring a sense of community is not exactly something that, you and I are maybe going to solve in one afternoon. But
it might have
it would help us as this progresses for the specific recommendations. There have been some, which has been the polling and the neighborhood workshop. That's what I think that's what we need more of is specific advice in that way to address that vision. But we don't have to figure it all right now.
Those things you mentioned, I'll vote for.
Great.
Okay. Thanks.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Joe?
Ms. Falcone.
Joe, can I follow up on something here? Because along that line, and we had this conversation the other day a little bit, and looking through just the limited staff report, we know there's a lot more information. But if you look through here, all of the laundry list of items that you mentioned, including our 8 goals and the other 8 goals that were added by the community workshops, they all seem to be addressed in one form or another within what staff is planning to do through this process, especially for the next year. I suddenly got a sense that maybe is what you would like, is what would be clearer for you and the community, and I heard Kathy mentioning something along these lines, if these items were discussed more topically, that you actually were able to address the goals that we, in their current form, because it's all scattered throughout. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I hope that through a complete process, we'll get to all of those topics, and that we will thoroughly discuss all of these things that you just mentioned and that we've all been mentioning all night through this process. But is the presentation of it too scattered? Is the presentation, would you like it more compartmentalized? Would that make it feel as though the community is really discussing those particular goals? I'm grappling, I think we're talking about a matter of presentation here.
Well, maybe compartmentalizing them will at least force the focus. These concerns you mentioned are described in the piece of paper you just cited. All of these things can be touched upon tangentially as we discuss these few development topics that seem to be the main concern of the Planning Commission, and that this process is not going to be focused on. These things are going to be tangentially touched upon, but
okay, so it's a presentation, it's a driving of the conversation to the focus of those, the essence of those particular goals.
I think it could be a good idea.
Are we hearing that? Okay. Okay, thank you. And I would challenge the folks that have spoken tonight and those who have been involved with the process to really give that piece of it some thought. Let's all get to an agreed upon presentation, and if it's about a lack of feeling that there's a focus that will be driving the conversation, that you really get to the meat of the tomato at the end of the day, then let's go there. Let's work on that together. Because then we'll get to that meat of the tomato, and we'll all feel like we participated, right?
Well, specifically to your point,
All right,
just to make it clear, in discussing development options, you're going to have to touch on subjects like neighborhood compatibility and these various other topics, but you're just grazing them. You're not really putting a focus on them.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay. Thank you. I have a better idea now.
Okay, Mr. Berry will be followed by Jim Westby.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gil Berry, and I'm a member of CPA and a member of Allied, but I'm speaking for myself. But I have been quite involved in planning over the years and in this process. And I believe that the previous process had some things in it that were better than this process. And I feel that this process has some things that are better than the previous process. But I feel that what's being proposed tonight could be improved on. I feel strongly that it should be expanded by about 2 months. It's way too condensed. And to answer Doss Williams' question, what should be added is 2 things, which should happen now before any of the things on the chart would occur. And the first is, my understanding from staff is that staff will not institute a community opinion survey until council takes a formal vote to do one. I talked about this a whole year ago, and it's just been sitting on the back burner. And I can assure you that if you don't take a formal decision, say tonight, like a vote, to inform the planning staff that they are to do a survey, it's not going to happen. 6 more months are going to slide by. And I think that the survey needs to be done now. That the idea is we need to know how the community feels about density and growth before the rubber hits the road at the Development Trends Workshop, where the amount of growth is determined. And also the second thing I feel should be added is one more series of community meetings that happen before the Development Trends Workshop, where the community gets to talk about their goals, their vision. The community's never really talked about their goals and visions. I went to 3 of the 4 workshops last June, and people were asked to stand up for like 10 seconds, say what they liked about Santa Barbara. One person would stand up and say, I like the small town character. and they'd sit down. Another person would stand up and say, I think we should have more bus stops, and they sit down. Well, that's not talking about goals. It's not really a dialogue. You're not asked questions. There was a couple of times I brought up a subject and they said, that's out of order. We'll talk about that later. Right now we're just asking people for what they like. So, we weren't asked what our visions were. And right now I feel that the Planning Commission knows what the community wants. But I'm not so sure that the community has really spoken yet. So I think that it should be expanded by about 2 months, and before anything else occurs, there should be the opinion survey sent out in a month with a water bill. And then it should be tabulated and the results presented at the development trends workshops. That needs to be done right now. And then also, like I said, I think there should be maybe one meeting where people can talk about their vision, their goals, what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker will be Jim Westby.
Good evening, and I'll be short because most of my comments have already spoken about. I'd add one thing, though, to trying to get the sentiment of the community here so that the final general plan represents what the citizens want. And I would add, Das, to your question, I would add the business community. I'm not sure that they've been leveraged to the extent that they have as far as providing their input, because you have so many different groups. You got the Upper State Street group, you got the Milpas group, you even got the Mesa business group, you got Coast Village Road businesses, and you have the downtown businesses, and you have the harbor. That's kind of a little business group down there. So I'm not sure we've done a good job of getting their input into this plan, because we want the plan to be able to represent all the citizens. What we don't want is that citizens have to go out and put referendums on the ballot to fix the plan. That's not what we want to do. And I think if you look at what's going on today, and let's look at the history, because you can take history that's happening today that's not working. There's large developments that's been going on. We got a whole pipeline full of developments coming at us. We had an initiative at City Council about heights. All those issues have been talked about. But so what's not working today? Transportation issues that aren't working. What can we learn from this not working today that we ought to put in that general plan to fix? So it's not just thinking about the future. As you do think about it, let's look at what's not working today and get that in that general plan so that we know we don't repeat those mistakes. I support the survey. I support the neighborhood outreach program, and I support you going after businesses and getting their input. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have no more slips. I just wanted to not ignore the impression that we could vote tonight on something that's not on our agenda. We can't do that. And secondly, do we need to vote before we do the survey? Probably, because it's probably going to cost more than a couple $1,000s. And thirdly, I really want a professional survey, and that doesn't always mean just send out something with a water bill. It could, but I want something that's really statistically good. And I did my master's degree at UCLA on attitudinal surveys. It's very complicated, and I want a really good one. I agree with you, it needs to be done, but I really want to see a good one. Let's see. Mr. Horton hasn't talked much today. Let's go to him first.
Oh, is it to council now?
It is.
Okay. I was just making some notes as we went along, and things that are of particular interest to me and something I know a little bit about would be economics, transportation, and a little bit about sustainability. And I think what's come up here even in the past few minutes points to an area of my concern that I don't think has been addressed by the plan. Those of you that are from the transportation industry know of a new technology called Blue Tech, which is hitting in the 09 cars. That's just an example. In the business climate and economics in the city, I've lived here all my life, so I know what was going on in the 50s and 60s in Santa Barbara, although I was at UCSB most of that time. But the business climate about what goes on in Santa Barbara now and what will go on in 2020 is so different that it's you wouldn't even recognize it was the same thing going on. The same thing applies to sustainability. And while we look for this vision, I think somewhere we have to figure out a way of bringing in some future thinking. I don't know how you go about that. I know that in some fields, what they do in Europe, for example, is cutting edge compared to what we're doing. In some fields, possibly transportation, what's going on in Asia and Japan is cutting edge. Does that mean it will apply to Santa Barbara? I don't know. But if we somehow can we work in a vision for where these key trends, and particularly I made the note of economics, which I include business there, sustainability and transportation. Again, last night we were in Ventura and at the City Council, and they were talking about the need for a multimodal transportation center in the middle of their community. And that's something that we've talked about a little bit in here, but we really haven't addressed that in any direct way. And so I'm not sure that our neighborhood forums are going to give me the kind of information that I think we need in these kind of fields. I think it almost needs somebody maybe in the planning staff who's aware of where some of these trends are going. I know that some of us on council, I think possibly Ms. Falcone and Mr. Williams are working on different ways of handling what do you call it? Solid waste, trash. And there's some new technologies there. All that stuff, there has to be a way of working in some of these concepts now, because if we don't, and that's one reason why I've been concerned about how we plan for traffic on Upper State Street. That's the reason I've mentioned that. Every trend that I see says gas is going to go to $4 and maybe even to $5 in the next 4 to 5 years. And will people be driving in the same patterns and the same kind of vehicles? I don't know, but I do know that now's the time to think about it and to not be surprised when we get out to 2015 and 2010 that things aren't done the same way. I don't really have a clear vision about how I would go about that, but I'd love to talk to you further about it, and I just want to get that on the record for tonight.
That's good. Mr. Williams.
I'm gonna aim my comments mostly at the sort of next steps that I think are important, and one is that we do create a adequate, statistically valid attitudinal survey or polling, and that's going to cost. Since this is one of my few field of expertise, I know that it's going to cost 20 to 30 grand to do the right job, and we could ask, commuters, but I think we should keep that sample separate so we can see what the people, the actual citizens of Santa Barbara, feel. And I think there's a lot of good reasons to do this, most of which have been articulated. But in addition to having that there are some folks who have not yet participated demographically. You indicated business folks, but also I would argue most working people in the city we haven't yet been able to engage adequately. Do I think it's not because staff hasn't made the attempt to do that? No. I think they have made that attempt, but there's some issues to trying to thrive and survive in Santa Barbara and still, dedicate 3 or 4 hours to doing community planning, which isn't exactly what the average person wakes up in the morning and goes, God, I want to do some community planning today, right? Well, we're a little strange, the ones that actually do think that.
Those guys better,
because
actually.
I do, but usually on the days when there's not as much surf, I think that. I understand Mr. Berry's point of doing it now. I also see the logic in doing that after the draft policy options report, so that we can actually ask people meaningful questions about their destiny. And I think we should have some dialogue on that. Maybe the ideal thing would be to do both, but if we don't want to allocate those kinds of resources, we have to make a decision. And if I could only do one, I would say that we should do it after the draft policy options report, so that it can inform the decisions of the of the preferences workshop and the recommended policy preferences report. Neighborhood meetings. I really do think that we should do this. It's, I think, a small price to pay to increase the public trust. And I also want to, at the same time, maybe reduce some of the expectations. Can you put on the sound planning principles slide up there?
There you are.
Now, here are sound community planning principles that people can look at and go, yeah, that's what it is. But this general plan is not going to solve all of those things. We're not going to be, solve community relations through this general plan. It can be a step, but I do think that we should not think that we have before us the option to do something that's going to be perfect or something that's going to be corrupt and tainted by some secret pro-growth conspiracy. Those are not the two options. It's going to. The reality is that there's going to be something in the middle between those things, hopefully closer to perfect than the latter. The problem is not that we're not examining these in detail, to me. The problem is that sometimes, not always, but sometimes some of these values are in conflict. And I think it's good policy when we figure out how to do them all at the same time. But that's very difficult to do. So, I would just say that we should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good in this process. I've seen general plan update processes, and as imperfect as this one is, it still is by far the most democratic one I've seen. I want to encourage both staff and the public that have participated in this thus far. I think we will ensure, and I would like to ensure, that your voices are represented and that community input is not suppressed, and that the way to make that is to try to get as comprehensive community input as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schneider.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here, the diehards back here. Every meeting, in and out, and emails in between, and it's really it's quite remarkable, actually, that you do this on your own time, and very helpful, obviously, to us as well. I always go back to the 4 questions that go into my head about what it is that we want to get at the end of the day, and the 4 questions related to both commercial and residential are: what do we need? Where does it go? What does it look like? And how do we travel there? And that sounds so simple, right? That's all we need to figure out. But obviously, it's more complex than that. And when I saw the new version, this timeline here, one thing that I appreciated seeing is this development trends report and workshops, so that we can figure out the context where we are now and ask specific questions of, are we headed in the right direction with everything that's in place now, or do we need to tweak it a bit? And what are the implications of tweaking it one way versus another way? And I think that's still important. And I think all the issues, I think, Mr. Berry, you were mentioning different topics and really need to get into specific topics. The concern I have about just focusing on one particular topic is that they always interact with all the other topics. How do you talk about air quality without also talking about transportation? How do you talk about neighborhood compatibility in single-family neighborhoods without also talking about mixed-use development in the downtown core? You have to talk about it in context. And so I'm a little concerned if we move back into a situation of one workshop meeting just on X, because it's going to end up being talking about other related issues, and then individuals who may have to go to a series of meetings just to get all the topics in there. So I liked the idea of this land use development trends report, because it incorporates all of that, and I agree with Mr. Williams that the survey that needs to be done in a professional manner that's statistically significant needs to ask the questions that will help us make decisions. I mean, if you just ask the questions, do you want your taxes raised, yes or no, most people are just going to say no. But if you say, well, if we raise your taxes because it'll help fix the potholes and give this, that, and the other thing, or for more police officers or whatever, you might get a different answer. And so if you just have these open-ended questions of fields and dreams and ideals, that's all great, but it's not based in where we are today in a city that is, old and thriving, but has some issues. And so I think context is very important. So I agree the polling needs to be done, but I think in that realm in terms of how it fits with the workshops. The business input, I think, is important. That is true. That's an area where we haven't been as we haven't heard from as much in all parts of the city. That also happened with Upper State Street. That's been talked about since. I also want to mention I feel like we're deep in the novel right now. I mean, we had the prequel, which was the pre-book, which was the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance 3.5-year process, and that really had a lot to do with single-family neighborhoods and design and compatibility of homes. Quite a bit, which is related to this. And then the prologue of this novel was the Upper State Street study. And I don't think we should forget about all the things we've learned up to that point and incorporate it in there. I couldn't agree with Mr. Jostes more about let's use the graphics and the other things that we've had up to this point, especially in the Upper State Street study, to guide this forward and move this in a way that that builds on that, builds on that knowledge. What else do I want to? I asked the question earlier about the housing element and the timing, not just to try to say we got to rush and get this done, but because I don't want to be put in a situation where we end up having a housing element certified document with the state that contradicts then later what we might have with our land use and our general plan update. That's going to be really hard afterwards when we have projects, controversial projects that come up to us and we have one document saying one thing and potentially another document saying something else. So I think looking at that timing is very important, and trying to coordinate that as much as possible is very important. There was another, I think that one thing we mentioned somewhat, I want to bring it up, the initiative, that's the petition that's going out there about building heights. And if people want to sign a petition, that's the democratic way. There's a process that happens. I would suggest, though, that when people look at signing a petition, that they know what they're signing. And one thing about this petition initiative that I understand, because it's citizen-driven, which is fine, is that it doesn't have the analysis behind it of, well, what if this happens? This process will. It has to. And one thing I definitely want to see as one of the trend options is, what if this initiative passes? What if the building heights go down in certain parts of the city? What are the options? Where's the analysis? Because we need to know that information, and that's going to be something that we have to have as part of this, because that is something that we're hearing in big, loud terms from our community, and so that's a question we really need to have answered. And frankly, the initiative process, the way it's set up, won't really get into that kind of analysis, except in debate form, which is a little different than looking at an analysis through an EIR, and we'll talk about the EIR soon, but that has to be a part of it. And then finally, I appreciate the frustration. I feel the same way of saying, okay, we got to get this going fast because there's all these things coming, and this general plan is old, and we need to update it, but we also need to get it done right, and we need to have it done so everyone feels like they're inclusive. So I think Naomi Kovac's point about how information is conveyed from the meeting onto the website and back out to the public is really important. It needs to be as transparent, spelling mistakes, grammar errors, and everything else. Put it on there the way it was presented, because that shows that it's a clear mirror of what happened at whatever meeting it was. I think that's really, really important. And then finally, the neighborhood meetings. I think it is important that when we talk about these development impacts, in the workshops, they'll be citywide. But what does that mean on the corner of Mitchell Terena and St. Andrews Street? What does that mean on the corner of Meigs and Cliff? What does that mean on the corner of Soledad and Carpentry or whatever, so in different segments. So somehow, and I'll go back to Mr. Joseph's suggestion, it's not a big formalized kind of thing, but somehow working with meetings that may already be taking place. So going to the Franklin Advisory Committee perhaps and doing an increased mailing about it and already using the meeting space there, not creating something new, but using something that's already in place. Same thing on the west side, same thing with the Mesa, same thing with the Riviera. So, those kind of things, similar to what we did last year when we went out to different community groups and just asked the questions that we did in the general sessions. So it's not too much added work in terms of putting something together, but instead we're asking very specific issues. Here are trend reports. What does this mean in this little neck of the woods? And how does that then relate to where we want to go? I think, it is more work, but I think it's an essential piece of it in order to really, truly feel like people have been heard and have a chance to speak out on a big macro issue of how the city works, but then also where they live. So those are my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. House. And I've got a few.
Thank you. I'm glad that Councilmember Schneider just talked about continuing to reach into the neighborhoods like the east side and the west side. For those of us in this room right now, we get to see each other a lot. We've known each other for a long time, and we get to, and there's another group that are home watching this, and they're pretty much the same crowd too. What we really are going to be missing, just almost by the nature of it, is the vast majority of our families and workforce and people who call Santa Barbara home, who just aren't tuned in to this particular frequency, and it's their future too, and so we try to represent those voices and do our very best to be inclusive in our thinking, but that really is quite different from having them express their vision. I think that's really I think that was one thing that one of the speakers mentioned, is how important it is for people to be able to speak to their future, and not just in reaction to the past, but what do they see for their kids and for their families, and how does that fit into our planning, and how resilient can we make our community to meet their needs as they change. And I have to say, unfortunately, this is terrible for staff because you get tugged and pulled in both directions and back and forth. But economics, transportation, sustainability. There are three things that were the topics of workshops. Just think about the plans and the work that was done in the late 80s and early 90s as we began to look forward, and then the recession, the Iraq War and the recession that came on there, and how it just totally wiped out. Our local economy was totally in the pits, and the development, the projects that had been in the pipeline just all began to just drop off one after the other, and we had this big, long, empty space, and this deferred development, and everybody, people almost got used to it. It's like, and then the economy begins to pick up in the late 80s, and this potential development that had built up, the pent-up development, begins to start coming through, and so, the impact of larger forces than just local here is so huge. We can almost only barely be prepared for that kind of thing with good policies. Measure E, fortunately, to help us pace things out when that started to happen. But I know the community is still, in some sense, reeling from the fact that the development that we're experiencing is the effect of, for now a period of time, fairly low interest rates and a fairly robust economy. And now we're seeing a little bit of settling back. But I can't imagine us looking forward into the future and not at least considering the what-ifs about robust economies and weak economies and how we're going to respond in those different kinds of environments. And shouldn't we be planning for those kinds of contingencies without pretending to think that we can map out the course with each and every step. We just know how will we respond in those kinds of circumstances. It seems like that needs to be discussed. Transportation and land use and the jobs, housing imbalance. We're a regional market for housing. We're a regional market for jobs, and you can't. How do we look forward and out into the future if we're not wrestling with these kinds of issues? I guess maybe to say it another way, I really would like to hear a community who's been given as much information and support and knowledge and ideas, and you were talking a little bit about this, I think, Mr. Horton, infusion of perhaps other perspectives as we look forward. Because otherwise we're just going to be trying to go forward looking in the rearview mirror, and that's not going to get us necessarily in a great place. So, and then the sustainability thing connects directly, as far as I'm concerned, to this whole, I mean, it's pretty amazing, and I brought this with me just as a reminder, the AB 32 and all this climate change, global warming piece. It is, at least according to our state assembly, one of the very highest priorities for the entire state of California is that we all communities, all of us, address this in a very serious way. And I know we're going to have to do that as part of the environmental impact report. And so, but I would rather, and this goes a lot to, I think, some of the conversations we're having here, have it be that we address it as a substantive piece of the actual plan that we are then going to evaluate in the environmental impact report. So it gets to a very key component here, and that is this notion, I've heard it from several people, of moving from where we're expressing our positions and how we even maybe feel about things to where we dialogue. Because there are seemingly opposite points of view in this room and in the community that if we really were sitting down and talking with one another, we'd probably find a tremendous amount of common ground, more common ground than we find differences. And even those differences could be resolved maybe in ways that we can't imagine right now. And I see some opportunities for that in here, those two workshops in the middle, but I want to find out where we actually can get to the roll up your sleeves part and wrestle some of these issues to the ground and see how much common ground there is and see what we need to do about the other stuff. Lastly, Mr. Joseph and others have mentioned this business of sound community principles. I mean, there was up here, you know, and the whole idea that we would be guided by some of these lights. And I think that there's an educative process in that, and that people who are invited to participate in the process get exposed to that kind of way of thinking and organizing their thoughts and participating and talking. And it changes things from necessarily being a adversarial kind of deal to being a where we're now working together to try to accomplish things within the context of those principles. I know staff is so deeply steeped in that. And would love to share that kind of thing with the public that's engaged in this process and offer them those tools. So I suppose then maybe I would say that needs to be infused in all of our encounters with the public, is to continue to put those things up. You know how like at the beginning of a workshop sometimes you have people craft the rules of the engagement, you know, for the workshop, and you put them up there and everybody agrees to them? Well, in another sort of way, perhaps we could be always sharing the idea of sound community principles and get some things up there that begin to guide conversations and orient people's angst and their hopes and, you know, pull some things together in a constructive way. So I would kind of expect this might take a little, just even still a little longer than what's up here. But it's okay with me if it does. Mm-hmm. The most important thing is that we're now seen by the public and by ourselves as moving forward constructively from today on, that we're actually engaged. And I just really thank everyone here who's participated and contributed to this conversation and sends us these letters and emails and everything. I just really thank you for participating. That's what we've asked people to do.
Right. And I think I think this is very exciting times, and that every one of us up here will be fully engaged in this. It's just really important. Some people tend to be very critical and negative, and it doesn't help me when I'm trying to figure out how positively to move forward. I need you to give me more, some positive comments, or tell me how you want it to move forward, instead of just every time we try to do something, criticize us. And that's just my thought there. But we all seem to agree on the survey. I think that's going to be exciting. And I was very glad to hear Ms. Weiss talk about the different scenarios may not be so. We're not going to go out there and say, what will we look like if we have 1 million people on the South Coast? It's not going to happen. So let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the closer range of differences that we have and see where we can come out. And I think it's going to be, I think that's a very realistic look at it, and I'm glad to hear that. So I think it's exciting. If we find out that it's going to take a couple more months, it'll take a couple more months. Or if it turns out that we can even consolidate it, that's fine too. But I think we're on a good path here. So is there anything else?
Yes.
We've had a very busy day. Yes, Ms. Weiss.
I think I'd like to respond or have a question or two.
Okay.
Not too deep, but just one or two. We will return to council as a separate item to get authorization and funding to pursue a survey poll
right.
professionally, that we understood that
Good.
from before, but given that the process has been restructuring, and given that it will be expensive, and we want to do it right, as the mayor is saying, let's do it well, let's have it statistically correct, let's decide which population and what questions at what stage in the process.
Right.
So we kind of needed to see how things are settling out. So we'll come and still be able to talk with you a little bit more about the staging of it.
Okay.
But the sense from the discussions that staff has had is, as a few of you had said, let's do it when we ask meaningful questions that will give us meaningful input. And I think that the outreach efforts of Phase 1 really were pretty broad. When you look at all the groups we went to, the people that came, and I think we've touched the range of opinion. I'm sure there are still unique opinions out there and people that we didn't talk with that would still love to hear from. But I think we've got a good sense there. Now here, I think we'll come back and probably talk with you about some sort of middle point in the process of when we would stage this poll, and as I said, that'll be a different item. Then the comments about neighborhoods and when and how to address that, that's a much bigger issue for us. And I really do think that one or two people talked about slowing down and not going into this development trends. I think we need to very much take these next steps before adjusting and deciding how and when we talk with neighborhoods and that whole part of this. I think we need to stay, as staff and the community, focused on this big step of getting out and sharing with the community what the development trends have been, looking at the maps and seeing where that activity is, looking at the statistics of mixed-use projects, and having staff pose questions and put more meaning to what these principles are so that they understand this is an important thing in the community, and I have an idea of how to move forward, just as the mayor is saying. So I, for one, I'm hearing what you're saying, but and we will focus on it, but I don't feel like I want to get sidetracked into the neighborhood thing right now. That would be, I would feel like that's a bit of a sidetrack. It's important, but let's stay on the development trends track for right now.
Okay.
Otherwise, I feel that the momentum will be lost. Let's get this information out to people so they know what we're talking about instead of these generalities and going out to neighborhoods and not having anything for them to respond to either. So I still strongly recommend that we stay on that course and give us a little bit of time to figure out how we do this informal check-in and what do we talk with people about. We had a half-time intern help us arrange all those things, and many of you up here at the dais spent hours with us out in the community. So it really is an investment of time, but it's important. We'll figure out a way to respond. I'm hearing kind of both ideas, a little bit of a focus forum, some interest still in that, but more interest towards just keep the communication going. Yeah. Know that there are all these community groups and business groups, and try try to put that back in the process like what we had before. But I will need to think more about how that really fits in here. And I'm sorry, I realize we haven't heard from Councilmember Francisco. But I just wanted to let you know that those are my initial reactions. Let's stay here, and then we'll figure out how to do some of the neighborhood engagement.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for Betty.
Okay.
The outreach group, with the issue of the survey and what questions to ask and have it really focused, that might be a task for that group. Once you've thought about it and you bring a template or you bring some maybe some worksheets or something to work from, but that might be a useful group for a task like that. And also how to reach out to the neighborhoods in terms of, exactly what, once you get, and I agree with you entirely that we need the trends and the first workshop at the PC before you even think about doing any of that. But maybe that's, we were grappling the other day about what is the future task, future purpose of this group, and it seems to be emerging that those might be a couple of might be a good group to touch base with on those two very important outreach tasks that seem to be developing. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. House, do you have a question?
I know we're at the very tail end, but I just want to test something out here. It's and see. Remember in 1964, part of the way that they crafted the old. Don't remember that?
Some
the way they
people
crafted
don't.
the.
Some people were not alive then.
The way that.
Oh well.
The way that they actually had neighborhood. Each neighborhood had group meetings, and they actually collected the input from every one of the groups. Now, what I understand you're saying is that was then. We're not doing that this time. We're not actually going and having every neighborhood of Santa Barbara have its own core workshop group, working group, putting together their vision of the plan in the city and defining their neighborhood and that kind of thing. So first, I just want to say we're not doing that this time, correct? And we're not attempting to do that this time.
Not so much up front, but I do think that in updating the land use element, which is an outcome, and I could see a planning commission meeting where we send notice and we make sure that we get people from the 6 neighborhoods that are going to be discussed that day.
Yeah.
And make efforts to outreach and update with neighborhood input the various neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So I see doing that most definitely with neighborhood input. I think the difference is whether or not we go to each neighborhood to talk about the broader issues and how they relate to all the various neighborhoods. Right. That's the different approach. To talk about the big issues community-wide, that wouldn't be talked with each neighborhood group now.
Understood.
But at a later date, in an update of the City of Santa Barbara's land use element, I think would absolutely include input from each neighborhood.
So that was the second part of my question. You just answered it. So where and how, and so you just answered. And then perhaps even as an outcome of the general plan, there could be the neighborhood piece of the land use element that calls for some kind of an ongoing dialogue, something that goes on after this general plan update, but keeps a better communication with neighborhoods, for instance.
Well, and if we're going to these neighborhoods and we're going to plan it starting sooner rather than later, I'll be making that request. We'll go to the meeting with that section of the land use element and say, we're going to need this updated sometime. Mm-hmm. And already start that dialogue now. Mm-hmm. It's just, is this community planning from the neighborhood, or is it as the community coming together? I think that's the difference mm-hmm. in the approach. And it could be done the other way, but I think, as Councilmember Schneider said, to some degree, if you're just talking about different issues, well, how does this neighborhood get influenced by businesses downtown? I think putting them all on the table together will help us get to the bigger issues. Mm-hmm. So
great, and I'm glad you just had a chance to say all that out loud, because I think people who are concerned about neighborhoods needed to hear what you just said. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Anybody else? Then we are on to item number 24. Thank you.
Plan Santa Barbara Environmental Impact Report Professional Services Agreement and Budget Adjustment Request.
Okay. I know you have to change. This will be the last item for tonight. And it is related.
Well, you don't want to have a couple more?
We could have another appeal. Why don't we have an appeal? one of those real difficult appeals, right on the edge. I think we did that today. This has been one of the heavier meetings I've ever come to. Really. I need more chocolate. That's my bottom line. Okay, Ms. Sheldon, are you going to do this? Okay. Whenever you're ready. You may have to just hold it there. Yeah, there.
Good evening, Mayor Bloom and members of council. My presentation will cover two items that are recommended for council action to move the Plan Santa Barbara environmental review process along, to authorize execution of a professional services agreement to prepare program EIR and transportation modeling analysis for Plan Santa Barbara, and to augment the Plan Santa Barbara environmental review budget to cover these professional services costs, allocating funds from the general plan, which would be reimbursed over time by the general plan update fee. As discussed in the Plan Santa Barbara status report earlier, the general plan policy update requires environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. A citywide program EIR, as well as development of a citywide transportation model and policy analysis, will require substantial professional technical expertise and assistance that's not available on staff. Staff has undertaken a request for qualifications and request for proposal process towards retaining a professional environmental and transportation analysis team for Plan Santa Barbara. Proposals were submitted and reviewed and finalists interviewed, and a professional services agreement in the amount of $1,124,361 was negotiated with the preferred team. The prime contractor selected is AMEC Earth and Environmental, a national multidisciplinary environmental firm with a local Santa Barbara office and expertise. The transportation subcontractor selected is Farron Piers Kaku with Nelson Nygaard, and the other subcontractors are listed on the slide. The Plan Santa Barbara environmental review budget is $668,664 at the current time. The total cost for professional services would be $1,133,940, requiring augmentation of the budget by $465,276. And the higher cost there is due to a variety of factors, including we included a citywide traffic model that will provide not only the EIR analysis, but effective analysis of transportation policy options, including all modes of transportation, consideration of regional transportation factors, and so forth. The requirements for CEQA review and documentation have also evolved and increased over time. For example, as was noted earlier, needing to include new analysis on evaluation of climate change effects. Also, the current budget was allocated more than 4 years ago, and contractor rates have increased in the intervening years. The Council Finance Committee considered this item on January 29th and recommended that Council allocate the additional funding requested, appropriate the funds either all from the general fund or half from the general fund and half from streets program, and provide that the added funding from either source be reimbursed by the general plan update fee. And based on the committee's discussion of funding sources, staff now recommends that all funds be allocated from the general fund. The general plan update, or GPU fee, is 11% fee levied on building permits for new square feet of development. The fee was adopted 3 years ago to provide reimbursement over time for Plan Santa Barbara costs that are financed upfront by the general fund. The GPU fees estimated to accrue over the remaining 13 years of the fee would cover the cost of this budget augmentation without change to the fee percent and without extending the duration of the fee. So that leads to the recommendations that Council authorize execution of the professional services agreement with AMEC to prepare the program EIR and transportation analysis for Plan Santa Barbara, and allocate $465,276 to the Plan Santa Barbara Environmental Review budget from the general fund with reimbursement from the general plan update fee. And Madam Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Okay. I have a question. Normally, when we're doing a request, I guess this is following the normal route. I'm just thinking a little because I noticed you had other companies bid on this, but normally we see the different bids and then we take the lowest bid. But this one we negotiated the amount. So could you talk a little bit about why we did that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. You're probably thinking more of...
thinking about like a Public Works.
Yeah, Public Works, there is a policy to look at low bids. When we do certain kinds of these complicated professional technical analyses types of work, we look at more than just the budget. We look at qualifications. Usually the other type of AE system that you're talking about, there's like pre-qualifications of everybody, and everybody's qualified. In this case, there's a lot of factors to look at, how responsive they are to the scope of work, their qualifications, whether they have knowledge and experience in the local Santa Barbara area, that they really know what our issues are, as well as their schedule and their budget. So.
Okay. Thank you. You addressed that well. Ms. Falcone and then Mr. Schneider.
Could you explain to me a little more clearly, and maybe it's just that it's really, really late. We've been sitting in these chairs for like 9 hours or more. The 13-year payback of 167, could you explain, are we amortizing the 1.1 over a 13-year time period? Exactly how is this working? Because I'm not understanding how we're paying. We have to pay the 1.1 to the consultant relatively upfront over the life of the contract. Then we're paying through the GPU fee back the general fund over some period of time, which is essentially amortizing it. But then it says here that, well, that's a 13-year period at 167 a year, or 2.672 over 16 years with the GPU. Huh?
Madam Mayor and Councilperson Falcone, essentially I think you have it correct, and that is that...
I'm not bad for 9 at night, but not
that is that the 11% fee is... now let me back up. The amount of the 1.1 is borrowed from the general fund.
Yeah.
And then it's paid back by the 11% fee over a 16-year period. So we're paying back to the general fund as the money comes in annually.
Okay. So then my question is, over the 16-year period, although we've borrowed 1.1 from the general fund, are we paying back 2.6?
Well, that's 1.1 is just the portion for the environmental, but it also includes for the planning services of MIG, for example, and also
So at the end of the day, the general fund update will cost us 2.672.
That's correct.
Okay, $2,672,000.
That's correct.
And we have 16 years to pay ourselves back.
Yeah, and fortunately that the 11% fee will hold steady because over the last 3 years we've increased the building fees, and that is why we'll have this.
And we may do that again.
Make that gap.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, it's 11% of whatever the fee is, so as the fee goes up, so does the actual amount, because it's a percentage, right? And I remember talking about this in pretty much good detail in the Finance Committee when we looked at this, and I mean, it's a gulp. What a big number. And I guess there are two things that reassure me about being okay with this. One is that we're getting reimbursed. It's not just money out the door, but and it's being reimbursed through development fees for new projects, which is important. And two is I want to emphasize the traffic model that we're supposed to get out of this process is not just some analysis that's coming as part of a general plan update. As I understand what's there, it's going to be a document that's livable and breathable and that we can use for all sorts of things after the general plan update is completed. So issues about Upper State Street or other things that come up, we can use this traffic model that's part of this into future things and questions as they come up. So that's pretty value added to me in terms of what we're getting for this. I do have one, I don't know how this fits in the scope of work, but just having the conversation we heard just now, whether and how appropriate, and I think it is, but how it fits in the scope of work here, how appropriate it would be to have representation from the consulting firm attending the public meetings that we're having about the land use development trends reports and so forth, because if there's technical analysis, which is a bunch of numbers and doing that kind of thing, but in terms of knowing what our issues are and what those, they have to know that as they put together that technical analysis. So I don't know if that's I didn't quite see that in the staff report, but I really hope that's part of what we're doing, because I don't see how they can do their job well if they're not hearing from the community. And the last thing I would want is for a document to come out of a consulting group and the community not feeling like it just came out of thin air without any context from what everyone's been saying, if what we want is a real community process. So I don't know if you want to respond to that, but I really feel strongly about that and their role here.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and council members, yes, the consultants will be tuned in very closely to the whole Plan Santa Barbara process so that they will be up on what the issues are, what the debates are, what the options are, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Horton?
I was going to move recommendations A and B.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Oh, there is. Oh, a light came on. Yay. Mr. Francisco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel uncomfortable about voting on this right now. I think we've had some very weighty issues before the council today. I know I have, and put a lot of time into them. Unfortunately, I haven't put as much time, I feel, as I should for making this kind of decision into this item. I'll be quite frank about that. And I'm alarmed at the cost, and I have some rather fundamental questions about whether there's any possibility of either reducing the scope or finding some other way to reduce the cost of this to the city. And I don't feel that we'll be able to go into the kind of detail that discussion merits tonight. Now, everyone else here may feel perfectly comfortable with this expenditure. I don't. And I would like to understand it better before I say, yes, this is what the city should do.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
I don't think I ever feel comfortable spending this much money, general fund monies, but I feel even less comfortable asking staff to winnow away at what adequate environmental review for our general plan would be. And I think that this addresses also some of the very things that you and others have asked for in the past, with having better than just your standard trip generation rates for traffic. I think if we're going to get to some places where we have more dialogue and not just, positioning and fighting, I think we're going to need something that gives us some of the concrete information that can do. And so I'm going to support the motion. It's unfortunately one of those things that's been coming down the pike for a while. We knew this was coming, and because you're new, you didn't, just by the nature of assuming office.
And I also will be supporting this. This is governed by state law, the EIR process, and I just think that we need to do a good job of it. It may be, in the long run, not cost us quite as much. We don't know. So and I know how uncomfortable it is. It is uncomfortable to spend that much money anyway on anything, but the planning is just so important to this community. We'd like to get out 20 years and have looked back and said we did a good job, and I think it's just so important that we do a good job with the planning as we spend some time tonight. And also a good job with doing the EIR in connection with it. Mr. House.
You said it for me, and I just want to add, as I read over the staff report and looked at the process that went into the getting the word winnowing, I mean, the whole idea that the staff had worked as hard as they did on the scope of work, the budget, and the schedule, which is really the key pieces. And I think Mr. Josephs earlier tonight talked about the how important the schedule is on one of these kinds of things. I feel confident, but mostly I feel confident that we're doing this right. I mean, the last thing in the world we want to do is go through this huge process and then have our environmental impact report in any way, shape, or form be challengeable. We just want it to be, locked down tight and be so sure. So I mean, and we are getting it back. I mean, it's coming back in. We'll be able then to be just about ready to start a new general plan update, and we'll even have the mechanism to fund that one already in place. So there we go.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I just want to say that I want Mr. Francisco to know that I, for one, and I think everybody respects that feeling, and that it's been a very long day. We're all sort of, bloodshot tired. But we did look at this at Finance Committee, and we angst and moaned and groaned and asked all kinds of questions. And although it is a bucket of money, we are going to have this consultant for a couple of years doing some very, very complete and technical work. So as much as I am very leery about spending $2.6 million on something like this, on a fee, essentially, I don't think there's probably a bigger, more important project that we actually go out there and spend money on. We need to get this right, but I understand how you feel, and I respect that point of view. I've looked at it, so I'm comfortable, but I respect what you say.
Yeah, the $2.6 million is for the entire Plan Santa Barbara thing.
And there's
That's
that
not just
remarkable
for
part
this.
about an environmental impact report, and that is that when people make comments, the written comments that are submitted, they are responded to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no better way to know that you were heard than to read your comments and the responses to them in the back of an environmental impact report and have them be then show where in the actual report it was covered and analyzed and taken seriously and maybe even ultimately affects the outcome. So I mean, the public really wants to be heard right now, and when we do one of these things, it's a chance to make it real.
Okay. Mr. Francisco?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not in any way disparaging the work of the Finance Committee. I'm glad that you reviewed this, and I'm glad you think it's a good idea. Nor am I disparaging the work of staff. I'm really simply admitting that I don't feel I have enough grasp of this issue, and I realize that there are legal requirements for the EIR. I just wonder if there might be a less expensive way of getting there.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion.
Call
and
for
a
the question.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we are adjourning to 1:30 p.m. on March 3rd on Monday.
Madam Mayor.
For a site visit to 517 Chapala Street. Yes.
Because we didn't go through reports, there is one that Rebecca Bjork asked me to do, which is to let the council know that next Tuesday, we don't know what time, the Board of Supervisors will react to our request, in the Kachuma Operations Management Board's request to deal with preventative measures for the quagga mussel infestation of Kachuma Lake.
Okay. Can you
this
get
is
that
something that
time
is
to us?
we don't know the time because the county hasn't told us that.
Okay.
This is something that has had a very, let's just say, until we sent a letter saying we expect you to be liable for all the costs of a quagga mussel infestation, was
Then they
not
said,
treated extremely seriously. We could not even get a meeting with the Parks Director. He sent subordinates. So we'll see.
Okay. But you will report back to us or let us know if you can.
Yes, if it's not during council meeting, I'll attend.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Rebecca will attend for
Okay.
us.
Thank you very much for letting us know, and we'll have reports next time. Thank you.